Reached the hour of 8:30 a.m. I call this April the 18th, 2023 Finance Committee Workshop to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alternate Member Williams.
Present.
Vice Chair Scudia-Brayton.
Here.
Chairperson Wright.
Here.
And also present is Vice Mayor Ricky.
Here.
Thank you.
And I do, Councilmember Alvarez is on his way
On
in
his
as
way.
well.
Thank you. We stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Does anyone, public comment, does anyone have anything to speak on that's not on the agenda? This is the time to do it. I see no one in public. Anybody on Zoom? I see no hands. Okay. Today we're going to go over the rest of the budget, or some of the budget, I should say. And I ask that I will call, there's 2 times I'll have public comment after the presentations. One will be right before noon. So if you have any information or any questions, write them down. And right before noon, we'll ask for any public comment on the presentations that's for this morning. And then again this afternoon, right after the last one this afternoon, we'll also open up for public comments. So at this time, I turn it over to our city manager.
No comments this morning. We'll just get right into department presentations.
Okay, so up next is Public Works. Welcome, Bill.
Good morning, Chairperson Wright and members of the committee. I'm Bill Sandhu, Public Works Director. We will give you a quick overview of Public Works budget today. So we're your operations and maintenance department, and we do wide variety of functions that kind of interact with our residents and businesses on daily basis. So some of the functions we do is under fleet, street, and airport divisions. We do all streets, airport operations and maintenance, curb gutter, sidewalks. And under facilities division, we do buildings, all, I believe, about the 98 citywide, all buildings. And JPA, which is this building, 10th Street Place, we're part of, and the parking services and enforcement. Under solid waste functions, we do all have we're contracted with 2 haulers, Bellotti and Hilton, and compost operation, a couple of landfills that were operated in the 50s and 60s, Carpenter Road landfill and Gear Road landfill. Recycling functions are under solid waste, traffic engineering, all your traffic signals, signs, striping, street lights are under traffic engineering and operations. Urban forestry, all street trees, and we also provide some partial service to park trees, greenways, street sweeping services under these divisions. Department goals and priorities. So one thing you see, the top priority at this point is improve customer service and response time. And we have, in last few years, one thing, we worked very hard on these areas. And a good example is that for first 3.5 months, our residents reported about 25,000 potholes citywide. And we responded to all of them within 24 hours. So a lot of those areas, streets, and a couple of areas that moving forward I want to focus more is forestry. That's another area you will see throughout my presentation, and enhancements. That's our theme. Sidewalks, curb gutter and sidewalks. And other Priorities that we have is, again, of course, enhance our tree maintenance programs and computerized work order processing for efficiencies and also gathering data. So we gather the data from all the work orders and reprioritize our functions and reassign our staff. Traffic flow, enhanced workforce development. Workforce is one of our major part for our success, so that's where we also want to focus. And of course, complete Carpenter Road landfill and street maintenance program and blight abatements are on top of our priority list. Org charts. As you can see, we're about over workforce of over 200 employees, and admin, that's my office there, has 4 full-time employees, and under fleet, street, and airport, 91 full-time employees. And also under solid waste, we have 25 full-time employees, and building, parking services, we have 16 full-time employees. We're one of the departments, because of seasonal work, we also depend upon our crucial workforce that are part-time employees, and we utilize a lot of our part-time employees in several areas. Traffic, we have full-time employees of 22, and forestry, green waste, street sweeping, 50 full-time employees. This is another way to show where all our workforce is in public works. These are again full-time employees, not included part-time employees. Majority of our workforce is in, of course, the fleet, streets area, 91, and green and forestry, street sweeping area, also 50. Now we're going to go over a little bit of fun part, revenues and expenditures. Proposed revenue, and this is Surface Transportation Fund. Surface Transportation Fund, that includes gas tax, SB1, and also franchise fees, garbage franchise fees. It serves, we utilize this for all our street functions, street, curb gutter sidewalks, traffic functions, traffic operations, street lights, signals, and street signs and striping. That's under mainly under Surface Transportation Fund, which has gas tax and SB1, garbage franchise fee. So now you will see for 23-24, fiscal year 23-24, the proposed budget is about $1.9 million more than last year's, and the budget's been increasing over the last 3 or 4 years. Several reasons for that. Number one reason is we enhanced our services. Last year we added another auxiliary team, that road preservation team. That is, now we utilize a lot more materials and more road maintenance. Also in areas of traffic, and also we enhanced our services. You will see a lot more striping being done these days on our streets, and that's the newer and up to standard striping. Also, the bigger part of increase is material costs. We are the department use a lot of materials, and I'll give you a couple of examples. For example, for concrete, the price went up from $97 to $152 per ton. And that's from 2020 to 2020 through 2022, just a couple of years. We use over 500 tons of concrete every year. And other, your asphalt material, that's the primary material we use for our street maintenance. Price went from $69 a ton to $98 a ton. That's about almost 40-50% increase, and we utilize over 3,500 tons a year. And same thing goes with everything. The prices increases when big. So that's one of the reasons you see the cost increase. And under fleet management and the replacement funds, you can see also there is an increase. In fleet, the parts, number one, they're hard to find. When you find them, the prices are through the roof. Lubricants, fuel, more than doubled in the last couple of years. So those are some that are reflected in cost increase. Also reflected, there are within the last couple of years, we merged Stan RTA that we do maintain. A city maintains their fleet, and that is also included in this cost increase there. And also additional fire apparatus that we maintain. Airport funds. The one thing, airport is enterprise fund, and you can see the revenues are more than expenses for projected 23-24 fiscal years. One of the reason is, that the contract agreement with Tesla brings additional revenues, so that's why you see that the fund showing surplus for 23-24. Solid waste functions. So solid waste function also, we went through implementation of SB 1383 last year, and that was huge. So that's why you see that starting last year there are revenues and expenses increased. Several functions were added. Some of the examples include your education enforcement for SB 1383. Also, other functions that were added within last year was one of the biggest things that residents ask for is a blight abatement. So that's why you see within the last couple of years we've been focusing a lot on blight abatement, cleaning up the city. Some of these events, drive up and dump events, the very successful events, and they've been paying off. So that's why you see. Starting last year, that's why you see our revenues and expenses increase. Forestry functions. This is one of the areas that we're trying to enhance our services. We have about 81,000 street trees and about 50,000 park trees. Park trees has no trimming schedule, no program pruning, and street trees, our program pruning cycle is running somewhere between 9 to 12 years, and the industry preferred cycle is about 5 to 7 years. So that's why you will see some of the enhancements, some of the areas that we will bring forward to you is enhancement of forestry functions. Storm drain, this is the fund that we use for a lot of street sweeping. This is entire city is swept on monthly basis, and I believe downtown is weekly basis. And sometimes during event it's multiple times a week also. Parking fund. So this is one of the areas that we are doing a study, parking study. I'm sorry, one behind. There you go. So that's storm drain, that's parking fund. So a lot of our parking infrastructure is utilized for economic development type of functions. So some of the agreement we have is with the hotel, and others are very, very subsidized. So economic development and customer service is the biggest part of our parking fund. Also the parking services, also city and county employees. So that's where, so basically more than half of our system is utilized for those economic development and city and county employees. So half of the system pretty much generates the revenues. So one thing, I want to go back to parking functions. So you see the cost increase there for 23-24. So one of the reason is there was a function that resided in finance department, so that was moved to public works. So that's why you see cost increase there. So that's basically moving a function from one area to other area, the cost increase for, or proposed expenditure increase for 23-24. Building services, we maintain, as I mentioned, all of our buildings citywide and also some fire stations. I believe we have somewhere around 95 plus buildings citywide that are maintained. So now, adjustments. There are some adjustments that we are requesting for this coming fiscal year. Add one heavy equipment mechanic fleet, and as I mentioned, we maintained over 1,200 pieces of fleet citywide, 1,220 some pieces of citywide. That includes fire apparatus and transit services. So those are fully reimbursed services. A lot of work we do is fully reimbursed. In this case, we had more fire apparatus come to the city, and that's fully reimbursed. So that's one heavy equipment mechanic. And one of the challenges when they're hard to find out, so the mechanics went in high demand because the vehicles, newer vehicles were not available, and people are maintaining their older vehicles for longer, and that means enhanced or increased maintenance on those vehicles. So this is one area in solid waste. This is basically two part-time service and maintenance into one solid waste outreach specialist. So again, education is one of our biggest goal, customer service and public education. So this position is for outreach to our businesses, residents. So we're not there to just cite our residents and business. The biggest approach, first thing is to educate them about the programs, that why are we doing, what they mean. So this is another area we're requesting to add second curb, gutter, and sidewalk team. So we currently have one team that addresses all our curb, gutter, and sidewalks citywide. So currently, at this point in our system, we have 5,900 sections of sidewalk that needs to be removed and replaced. 5,900. And we estimate if we contract that out at current prices, that will cost the city $18 to $20 million. That's the current backlog. Then on top of that, we get 200 to 300 new work orders every year. So what we've been doing, we've been patching those with either grinded or patch it with asphalt. So this team's main function will be the newer orders that come in, 200 to 300 a year, not patch with asphalt once the team is in place. Just remove and replace with concrete the way they're supposed to be. So that's what will be the main function of this team. And this team is not meant to be addressing the backlog. That will be under Measure H improvement. We'll bring that to you. So for that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Please repeat what you just said.
Okay, so this team is.
That the CGT team would be brought on under the Measure H? Or what did you say?
So this new team that we're requesting here will be addressing the new work orders, 200 to 400 a year that come in. But there's a backlog of 5,900 work orders. So that will be a different enhancement coming under Measure H.
Okay. Okay, so it is under Measure H. Okay, thank you.
So also needed for this team is equipment, of course, for them to start functioning. So this will be the cost, one-time cost will be $388,000, and this will be paid for by Surface Transportation Fund, which does have the funding. Yeah, that is it for Public Works overview, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bill. Does any of the committee members have any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
On page 19, on the variances, it seems like it's consistent, that's always a variance. But where's that money coming from to balance that out? Is that coming from the general fund or is that coming from somewhere else? Page 19 on the parking fund.
Slide 19, council member?
Slide 19.
Yes, so the parking fund, as I mentioned, when doing a study, this function, generally speaking, the function that came from finance department, that was general fund function. So this will be a general fund function.
And so seemingly we're always running short. Is there any other way we can do better on the revenues?
Yes, that is one of the study that's being completed. We'll bring that back to you. So that is a bigger study that looks entire downtown and our parking system, and we'll have ideas to balance the budget there.
Thank you.
A follow-up question I have real quick while you're on the parking. Is that, those revenues, is that split with the county or does that stay with the city?
Parking revenues stay with the city.
Okay.
The only service that we provide to the county is a free parking for their employees.
Okay. And do we have free parking for our employees?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chris Ricky, see your hands up.
Thanks, Chair. A couple questions here. In terms of solid waste, one of the things that we're trying is the multifamily bulky item pickup program. Can you give me a report on how that's working so far?
That's the implementation started, if I'm not mistaken, in March. I will send you an update.
My question, and you don't need to answer this now, maybe you can send me an email later, but I just want to make sure it's budgeted properly because I think it's critical to our, to moving forward, you know, in terms of reducing dumping in our city.
Yes, I agree. That was meant to be one-year pilot project, and after within the 1 year, once we have data, we'll bring a recommendation back to you, council member.
Oh, that's good. Awesome. And then a couple other things on streets, street repairs. I know you said you had 25,000 potholes to fix and that you're fixing them. But I want to tell you that I'm just really pleased with the overall progress that we're seeing on the street side, especially with customer service. I'm not exaggerating at all when I say that in terms of complaints I get, like emails from residents, right? It's probably, I get one street complaint for every 100 tree complaints. So, hey, like, they're doing a really great job, and I think that reflects the way you're budgeting it and the work you're doing there. So I think you should, you know, feel good about that, especially on the customer service side as well, you know?
Thank you.
On the forestry side, I don't want to get too deep into it here because I know that the Measure H is going to handle most of this stuff, but I do have concerns with customer service training, forestry response times, communications with residents, and canopy development. So I'm hoping that you'll be prepared to talk about those stuff on the Measure H side.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scooter Brayton.
Thank you. Bill, we have the unfunded mandate SB 1383 that required us to raise rates and implement a whole new complex recycling program. How is that doing? We had indicated it would be a year pilot project. How is that looking to date?
So it's been working the way it was intended to, and we are looking into rates, and we're looking into all the data that we collected since it was implemented, and hoping to bring you recommendations in next month or so to committee first, and then of course to council in the next couple of months.
And I know that your staff had a very you were very available to receiving public comment, and I know we received quite a bit of public feedback. So lots of data collected. Is that information you'll be sharing with us when you bring it to council, to the committee, to the council next month or so?
Absolutely, and the input, just for public, is when very, very invaluable. It's when such a good resource for us to make, or for me to make decisions and reprioritize our resources and bring you recommendations. We will talk about that also when we bring the recommendations.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
I have a question since we're on the green waste. Years ago, we used to pick up our own green waste. The City of Modesto picked up their own green waste. Am I correct? Back in the 80s?
We still,
Before your time, probably.
we still pick up once a month.
Right, but
We pick up, and then you have green cans.
so our haulers right now, they pick up the green waste and they take it right to our facility?
They are supposed to take it to our compost facility. That's where it's composted.
Have we looked into picking up our own green waste ourselves without having our haulers pick up to see if it's more cost effective instead of them having to buy extra trucks, because now we have 3 different types of pickups?
We definitely can look into it, but as part of their current agreements, that is part of their current agreement. So it will be bigger discussions if we go that way.
Okay, and one of my questions I have too is on fuel. Do we have our own fuel tanks that we buy wholesale diesel and gas and use it for our own fleets, or do we go to, how do we get our fuel?
So we do have fuel tanks for our transit fleet. I believe we have two 10,000 gallon for diesel, renewable diesel we use for transit. Otherwise, we contract out with, I believe, some other private vendors to fill our fuel at their gas stations.
Okay, go ahead.
We do keep some backup fuel in case there is an emergency. That's pretty much it. Most of the fuel is supplied by private vendors.
And do we look at those contracts on a maybe yearly or every couple year basis to make sure we're getting the best, not the best price, but the cheapest price for fuel?
We do look into those agreements. I don't believe we look into yearly basis, but I believe it's a 3 to 5 year agreement. I can check on that and get back to you on the terms.
Okay, great. And then you're going to get back to us on the cleanup of the bulk pickup that we've been doing, and also the John Thurman Field drop-offs to see what our blight. I think Councilmember Ricky asked about that, which is good.
That was a multifamily dwelling unit,
Right.
new program that we just implemented.
Right, and I'd like to see also, I think we've had 2 large drop-offs this year or last year and this year on people dropping off big items so that they don't put them in the street. I'd like to see if has been cost-effective for us in the city.
Will do.
What else? And I think that's all I have. Any other council members have any other questions? Councilmember Alvarez?
I just have one inquiry. How is Measure L, the county Measure L funds incorporated into this budget, your city budget?
That will be coming to you as a separate. Steve, do you want?
So yes, the Measure L funds, those go to, they're part of our capital improvement program. Those go to the Joint Planning Commission, Finance Committee meeting where all the capital improvement projects are reviewed and presented to that committee, Planning Commission meeting, and then those go on forward to council as part of our capital improvement program.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scudio-Brayton.
Thank you. I know you're going to make a more comprehensive presentation on SB 1383's implementation in May, but under what fund would those expenditures be reflected under?
Under solid waste fund.
Okay, that implementation did not come for free. So the expenditure is reflected in this year's budget,
That is correct.
and you'll go into detail as to what that looks like in May?
We can provide, email you details if, we can email you details.
will we have a cost, a cumulative cost? This is how much it costs to implement this to date.
Yes, we do have that information. We can send you that information.
So when 1383 was implemented, we drastically raised what our solid waste fees were. Now, as we explore the options of potential changes to the bulk, to the pick, not the bulk item, but to the green waste and the recycling cans, that also will come with an increased cost if we decide to make those changes. So we will have a breakdown of what those cost differences are per household and how that affects our revenue to deal with the expenditures.
And that's fantastic, but will we be able to identify a cumulative cost?
Of the impacts of SB 1383 on the city?
Correct.
Oh, absolutely. Those rates, that cost is passed back to our residents in the form of rates. And we will be able to show you the delta of where our rates were to where they are today for the specific requirements of SB 1383.
Any other questions for any council members? Seeing none, thank you, Bill, for your
Thank you.
presentation. I think that's it.
I'm gonna make one more.
You got one more? Okay.
One more. All right, now we're gonna get into fleet replacement.
Let's find that first. Probably at the very bottom.
Okay.
Give us a second. We have 1,000 items here.
Did you find it?
I didn't.
Do we have a handout for that, or?
No, Bill, we all need one. That's okay. We'll hold if you don't mind. And if not, we'll just have to pay attention to what you say and take notes. Go ahead and.
We'll get started. Thank
I
you.
think we should get started.
Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you, Chairperson. So here's a quick breakdown of our fleet. Our fleet division maintains 1,221 total pieces of equipment citywide. Police, fire, transit, construction equipment, and the rest of the equipment we maintain. There's a breakdown of all the equipment there in the presentation. So some of the factors that will affect our ability to purchase and replace the fleet moving forward. California Air Resources Board requirements. As you know, the California leads the country in emission-related regulations, so those regulations are coming for off-road and on-road equipment. So advanced clean fleets. So one of the requirements, state requirement that's in the pipeline coming is by 2035, 100% of government fleet should be purchased as a zero-emission vehicle. So a lot of it has to do with, for now, what's a successful zero emissions, or you can autos and pickups are going that way, and a lot of construction equipment is not there yet. I think for our trucks and things like that, the requirements are different. They are more kind of what type of engine is required on that vehicle. So that is one of the major factor that will be affected. Some of other vehicles that are available, motorcycles and also forklifts, some of those electric equipment is available. So we just purchased one pilot vehicle for our police department to test it. The vehicle is here, it's being retrofitted for PD, and that will give us ability to test it and also see what we need to do moving forward, if it's successful or not. So that's, for next few years, that's one thing we will be doing. Some of the challenges and replacements when the vehicles are not available. So we need so many vehicles for police, and we mainly use Ford vehicles, and Ford came back, cut our quota to probably half or something. I don't have exact number. Said, no, we can't deliver you these many vehicles. You have to move forward. Then we looked into other manufacturers, Chevy and Dodge, and none available. So we've been working very hard to get some of those vehicles. Plus the cost on those vehicles also increased. So also the background, how are the vehicles replaced? How's the list developed? Age, vehicle age is one of the big factor. Condition, we keep all the records of maintenance of vehicles. Some vehicles are more kind of they cost us too much to maintain. Those come on the top of the list for replacement also. Mileage and for off-road vehicles, hours is a big factor that's factored into our system. And repair costs, we just talked about it. And fit for the purpose, again, we check into if that unit is efficient for that function, or sometimes we reassign some of those vehicles to different functions. The process, so every time each vehicle is purchased, when the vehicles are purchased, and they start paying into replacement funds. So the replacement funds are collected based upon the purchase price. So the vehicle that were purchased 10 years ago, if vehicle cost $40,000 at that time, now it costs about $60,000, $70,000. So the rates were collected based on $40,000. So that's another challenge that we kind of felt in fleet replacement funds. It's not only the vehicles are not available, but the prices went through the roof, and so that's each vehicle pays into their replacement funds. Then basically those funds are earmarked for the area that they were collected for. For example, if they were collected for water, those funds will sit in that sub-fund. Surface transportation fund, green waste general fund, that's the replacement fund, so those will sit in that sub-fund. For new vehicles, if there is, like, for example, if we're adding curb gutter and sidewalk team, if council approves it, there'll be a form and there'll be approval process for new vehicles also. So, as I mentioned, the replacement challenges continue. They're like every other resident or businesses. They feel, number one, vehicles are not available, so we're way behind on replacement. Some of that has to do with the availability of vehicles. The other challenge is when, of course, a short staff, it's going through that kind of vehicle replacement. Also, as you can see the list, we have few vehicles pending from 16-17 fiscal year. Also, replacements been delayed because of some economic and industry delays. As I mentioned, the vehicles are not available. Many manufacturers have delays and restrictions in production for both vehicles and parts. Lead times for replacements went long. So here's active list, 290 total vehicles on the active list that need to be replaced. That is about 20-some% of our fleet that need to be replaced. 82 are being prepared for new budget 2023. And you can see 59 ordered, waiting for delivery, and so on. So those were some of the challenges in our fleet replacements. You can see the delivery times are 8 to 12 months out of most equipment, but extend even further sometime. We've been exploring all options, nationwide, reaching out to some other JPAs to see if there are vehicles available. We've been reaching out to dealers nationwide to, especially for our safety, public safety vehicles that are very crucial. Because, and then other dealers are unable to bid because they do not have the next year's pricing available to them. Because if we're ordering for next year, they don't have pricing available because that's so, it's moving so quickly. Price increases because we are crossing years. So those are some of our challenges. 23-24 replacement, 82 replacement units as part of proposed 23-24 budget, and out of those, 25 vehicles are emergency responder vehicles, including 15 Paw Patrol vehicles. So this is just a pretty much summary of our fleet replacement and the challenges that we face in the fleet, increasing prices, and with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council members?
Yes, on the vehicles that are no longer any good or of purpose for us, do they go out to auction? What's the percentage of what we actually receive from those vehicles, or do we sell them outright?
We do go to surplus sites and sell those vehicles as a surplus.
And then that money goes back into?
The fund, the same fund that where the vehicle came from.
And so then what's the percentages of what we're able to get back from those vehicles? What, 30% value of that vehicle?
I would say
40%?
I would say it's much less than 30%. It'd be very
5%.
fractional of original cost.
Thank you.
So Bill, have we ever looked at some of those vehicles, might have a bad transmission, just replacing the transmission, or if they need a new engine, is it maybe cost effective to put money back into those vehicles so we can extend their life? I know vehicles today are you can put $200,000 or $300,000 on a vehicle compared to 20 years ago, 100, 150,000 about as much you could put on a vehicle. So have we looked on those type of repairs to extend the life of vehicles?
That is correct. We actively do those functions. The transmission is common, and also the engines are. We outsource some of those functions to other dealers there.
Okay. And then also I have another question on, by 2035, we should be at zero emissions. Should be is not a mandate. So city manager might help me on this one. So is it a requirement, or is it just a suggestion from the California government on where we should be?
I think it's a requirement, Councilmember.
It is a requirement?
It's a requirement.
Okay. I just want to know where we're going to get all the electricity to do all this. Any other questions for any council members?
I do.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor.
Can you please open your last slide? Where you referenced 82 replacement. It was literally the last slide.
Yes, there
That
is.
was it. Okay. So I had previously noted in one of your other slides that there was 290 fleet equipment pieces needing to be replaced.
Right.
So how does 82 factor into that 290?
So these 82 are part of 290.
Okay.
Those got 292 start from 16, 17. There are a few of them due. One of the previous slides that you mentioned, Council Member. So that is.
So you're saying out of the 290 needing to be replaced in that budget year, you plan on only replacing 82?
To go back a couple slides, I think we can bring that slide that gives. There you go. So 290 total. So 82 are current year. So they roll up add into 290 to make it total.
So again, in fiscal year 23-24, you plan on replacing, or that are being prepped for new budget. So replacing Of the 290, you plan on addressing 82 of them?
So 82 are for fiscal year 23, 24. The other, the number 208
Right, what remains?
vehicles are from previous years.
That will be replaced at some other time? Right, okay. Okay. And then of the 82, some of them are law enforcement?
25.
25, okay. That's what I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members? Oh, Councilmember Ricky, you have any questions? No, I can't see.
I have no
Okay.
questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is that it, Bill?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we will get a copy of this last presentation.
Yeah,
Down the road.
it's on its way down.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, next is
Running over here.
Information Technology Department. The department that keeps us out of trouble, hopefully.
Good morning, Chairperson Wright, honorable members of the Finance Committee. For those of you in the chambers and watching online, my name is Scott Kahn. I am the Chief Information Officer and IT Director for the City of Modesto. I'm here to present the Information Technology Department's proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget. We can go ahead. There we go. So the IT department is really made up of three functional areas in addition to IT administration. The first area, and an extremely important area, is our infrastructure division. This is like the engine of IT. These are the servers, the network, the communication transport circuits, the telephone system, the help desk, and the council chamber broadcast system. All of these are necessary as the foundation in order for anything else on top of it to work. And what rides on top of it? Our second division, the Enterprise Applications Division. These are things like Microsoft Office, OnBase, our GIS information systems that puts map layers on top of different pieces. You can tell where the fire hydrants are, you can tell where the main water lines are, and so on. And our third division is our cybersecurity division, the ones who are charged with protecting the applications and the infrastructure to keep them working, running, and make sure the bad guys don't attack us. So let's talk about what the goals are for the Information Technology Department. Really four primary goals going forward. First and foremost, additional security protections. Let's make ourselves the hardest target possible to be attacked. This is an ongoing process. As the bad guys continually evolve their techniques of trying to get in, we need to stay ahead of them as much as we can, or at least match what they're attempting to do, and therefore block them and keep them out. Second goal is to implement our infrastructure with foundational improvements. We're talking about smart cities. We're talking about adding new technologies all the time. What we need to do is build a foundation with our infrastructure that supports not a 2-story building, but a 10-story building. So with the proper foundation, we can keep adding new innovations on top of that engine that we talked about earlier. So we're trying to get that as stable as possible and build it for the future. Our third item is to expand our digital communication collaboration internally within departments and externally with our residents. Better utilization of the website, Go Modesto, more transparency, being able to see key performance indicators of every department that is of value to our residents. Building ways to get that dashboard up there so they can see these things and communicate clearly back and forth with our departments so that we understand what their needs are and how we're addressing those needs. And our fourth one, very near and dear to my heart, maintain a 90% customer satisfaction level within the IT department and within the City of Modesto departments. 7 months ago, we were running in the 70-80% satisfaction rating level. We had a leadership change, we did some training, we've now hit over 90% 6 months in a row, and we intend to keep that going as a record. What that tells me is our customers inside the city are happy with the job that we're doing and our response level, and we intend to keep that going forward. So what does the org chart look like? Basically, IT is staffed with 36 wonderful professionals. 2 in the administrative area, and then in our 3 specific areas, you can see 17 in the infrastructure or the engine area. We've got 14 in our enterprise applications area, and we have 3 in our cybersecurity area. That number has remained relatively constant over the last 3 years at 36 individuals. That seems to be a positive baseline for us. We've taken on the philosophy of we'd rather add new tools that help get us productivity gains out of our existing human resources. And come the time where there's an evidential hole, we'll address it at that point in time with additional bodies. But tools first, bodies second. So let's take a look at our revenues and expenditures. So the overall department, you can see the top line are the expenditures, the blue line is the revenues. You can see they are tracking along the same trend path, although you do see that one dip in the 21-22 actuals on the revenue side, that blue dip. That, in essence, was caused by a replenishment of our replacement fund, which I'll talk about more in a second. Basically taking revenues away from the department and putting it into a different bucket that required funding for equipment that we needed to replace that we knew was coming up. It was end of life, it was old, it was having problems, those kind of things. So that's the little blip. But if you just look at the straight trend lines there, you can see the direction we're heading. So there are 3 special funds associated with IT. One is education and government. This fund is basically paying the people who run the council chamber broadcasts out to the cable channels. We split this cost with the county, and this is what enables us to communicate with our residents on the cable channels. The PEG funds are things that can fund anything that enables better communication with the public education grant. These are things that we can use to improve the council chamber. And some of the items we're talking about with the county right now include better lighting in the chamber for TV, better cameras, 4K cameras, larger monitors, make it a more pleasurable experience to come to a meeting here in the chambers and to watch the meeting on TV. Those can all be PEG fund related expenses. And then the last one at the bottom there, you see the replacement fund. Replacement fund is unique sometimes to cities. I'm very pleased that Modesto has one. What this does is it helps soften the blow as we need to replace equipment. So we buy a new piece of equipment, say for $100,000, and we say it has 5 years of useful life. So we, in essence, are accruing $20,000 per year and putting it aside so that when we hit the end of the 5 years, we can go out and buy the replacement without a tremendous impact or a large ask at the end of a budget year to make that happen. So it's softening the blow, planning for the future. The infrastructure division, you're going to see the same trend line pattern, both infrastructure division and applications division. And I'm only going to show you those 2 because currently the cybersecurity division is rolled into our infrastructure division. In the future, we plan to break that cybersecurity division out as a separate account so that we can watch the expenses on what we do for security closely. But for this budget, we are roped into the infrastructure and cybersecurity as one. Again, the same trend lines you saw on the overall IT department. The same would be true of the applications area. And there's that dip again, contributing to the replacement fund. Expenses by appropriations unit. The blue bar is our salaries and benefits. The red bar is our actual internal service fund. This is the money that gets charged out to all the other departments using a special formula based on usage, based on number of people. And in essence, the other departments fund IT in this manner. Now you'll notice between 22-23 and 23-24, you're looking at a 1 million plus bump there. The vast majority of this is to account for already council-approved items. The patch management system, the cybersecurity tools, the Discoverer replacement financial analytics module. These are all just some of the recent ones. The remainder of that is primarily made up of an increase in maintenance costs for equipment, for software. Looking at the education and government cable expenses, so again, this goes to the service team that actually puts on the broadcasts. They're up, they're down, they're somewhat consistent. We expect them to be this predictable. And then the PEG fund, we really only expended money in 22-23. So the PEG fund continues to grow. There's a balance growing there. And I intend to talk with the county and let's start using it and improving our council chamber as a number one. Happy to answer any questions at this point in time.
Have any questions from council members?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Chair. Page 10, is it 10? Yes, I believe it is. On the expenditures, so are we, and for the revenues, are we actually getting the right amount of dollars to your department from the other departments, or to offset some of this, or you tell me?
Oh, I have to trust that the algorithms we have in place are doing the appropriate things. And yes, I do believe we are getting the appropriate number to the IT department.
So we will always have a shortfall that will come from the general fund.
Well, so I'll chime in on this too, Councilmember Williams.
Great.
So the way the model works is IT is collecting revenues 2 years in arrears. So one of the things we're looking at in a couple of our ISF models, Fleet in particular and IT ISF, is that we're looking to change those models. So they collected 2 years in arrears, but we're actually looking next fiscal year into changing that to be more based on budget. So where these will line up to where you see the budgeted expenditure figures, they'll collect that same budgeted revenue. And then at the end of the year, we'll look at doing a true up. So
Gotcha.
if their budgeted expenditures come in less, then at the end of the year, we'll do a true up, and then we'll distribute, say they come in less than $10.7 million, for example, they come in at, let's say, 10 million, then we'll go and do a true up, and then those revenues will be distributed out less to the other funds that were distributed in terms of the revenues collected. So we're looking at changing the model next fiscal year.
Good.
To make that where those revenues and expenditures match.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ricky, I don't see you. Do you have any questions? Yes.
I
go ahead.
do. Yeah, I do. Thank you, Chair. Number one, Scott, on cybersecurity, I just really appreciate your hard work on this. Regardless of what people may have heard, the response to the recent cyber attack was just as good as we could have done it. My hope is that we're budgeting to prepare, for the future, and that the cyber attacks of the future are going to be more sophisticated and, probably more devastating. So my question is, do you feel like we're budgeted effectively to protect from what's going to come, especially with like AI and all that?
Well, there's always the possibility, Councilmember Ricky, that someone comes up with a new way to get at us, but given the knowledge we have today from all the various agencies that were represented last week at the council meeting, and given the tools that the council graciously approved that allowed us to put in place, I think we are extremely well positioned right now to defend ourselves. I feel very confident that we're putting the right things in place and putting up the right barriers to make it extremely difficult for somebody to come after us, regardless of how they try and get in at this point in time. Now, again, this is always an evolving thing, so we need to keep our
Right.
finger on the pulse, continue to talk to the security experts and see if anybody's come up with a new way to beat us. But what you did last week, I think, puts us in a tremendous spot from a security perspective.
Awesome. Okay, moving on to our cable channel budget. We have a contract right now that is with a provider that basically we split with the county, and they, I think they just take video and stuff of our council meetings and put it on cable.
Yes.
How long does that contract last?
I believe that's a 3-year contract.
When is it coming up?
Next year.
So is this something that we could potentially join with the proposed media center? That contract? I just want to put that bug in your ear in terms of a possible budgeting thing. I don't know if it would be for this year or next year, but I think it would be helpful if those things were joined together.
Councilmember Ricky, we'll get you the exact date of when that contract expires, but I do see how these two things could potentially line up.
Awesome, thank you. And then last thing, I heard you talking a lot about TV and lighting and all that stuff, which I think is amazing. I think it's a really good use of PEG funds. But as you know, TV is the past and it's dying. Right now, we broadcast live on YouTube, we stream on our website, and we broadcast on cable. All those are good things. But what I want to hear is that you're budgeting to stream live on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, any other, we should have the capability to speak to our residents on the platforms that they utilize. And right now, we are not broadcasting on the platforms that 70% of our residents are using. So I'm just wondering what your plans are to speak to everyone rather than just the people on these, limited platforms.
Well, part of our task is to be innovative and leading the way, so to speak, as Modesto frequently does. That is something that we are definitely interested in doing, Council Member.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. On the replacement fund revenues, where does that revenue come from? Is that from the departments or is that?
Yeah, it is part of the internal service fund, and the departments all contribute
And
to
then
that.
how do you figure what department, how much that department pay on the replacement fund?
So it's part of the calculation for the ISF. So it's made up of various components. So if there's specific equipment like computers, that goes into the model for laptop replacements and things like that. Or if there's equipment that's more citywide, so servers and things like that, that's distributed out pretty much equally. If there's software components, that's what we're trying to really work on and building into the model. If there's department-specific software, like maybe SCADA and things like that, that would go more towards the utility fund. So it really depends on what the equipment or the software could be going into that replacement component. And then we would distribute it to whether it's a specific fund or if it's more of that citywide thing, it would get distributed out to all the funds.
And do we lease any computer equipments or we just buy them outright when we get ready to replace them?
I think the computer equipment is bought outright, and then we have kind of a replacement plan.
Okay. So, and what is the lifespan of a computer? Is it 7 years or?
Typically, a workstation would be 5, a laptop would be 4, a server would be 6 or 7.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then also, what's the balance of our PEG fund right now? Do you have any idea?
I just asked that question, and do you have it? Yeah, there you
Okay,
go.
great.
We have just over 2 million in there right now.
Oh, wow, okay. Councilmember Ricky, I'm sure you heard that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question. Can you expound a little bit on what your public safety team and your application team does and what their function is? Both those teams?
The public safety team. So we have two groups of engineers, application analysts and systems engineers located at the PD. And their task is to support not only PD, but also the fire department. Okay. Why? Because the public safety environment is very different from, let's say, the city side environment. The city side environment is, okay, I want to know 10 other cities that use this thing, and I want to talk to them and make sure they're happy with it before we ever install it here. The police department, the fire department are, I went to this conference, I saw this technology, this is really going to help us, I want it today. So it's a go get it now and be on the leading edge versus, let's phase this in, let's be smart about how we do these things. And the group that we've got over supporting PD and fire has more of the mentality of let's make this happen, let's test it, let's innovate it, let's make this go. On the application side of things, it's more, what do our customers need? What requirements do they have for a packaged software to help them perform their job? Do you need it to print and staple? Do you need it to coordinate with these 3 other packages over here and have them talk back and forth and share information? That's what really the application engineers or application analysts do. And so it's a similar but definite different focus. They're focused on requirements and finding tools that will meet those requirements and delivering that to the departments requesting them. Whereas on the PD and fire side, it's more about how do we get this innovation installed quickly and get it running to their satisfaction.
So besides analyzing what the best IT, the best technology tool to use for either one of those groups, do they troubleshoot? Are they, what
Oh,
besides,
yes.
I mean,
No, there's a software development life cycle, and even though we might not be programming or creating the code, okay, we always set up test environments so that when we implement new features or implement patches or implement any new software, we test it first. And we typically do that with a small user group from the department that requested the information. Make sure it works the way they want it to work before we ever put it into what's called production, where everybody has access to it and can do their job with it. Was that the question you were asking?
I just wanted to know what the purpose and the function of those 2 units were. I understand now that public safety is to support PD and fire, not only with ascertaining what technology tools are best for them, but to help them install it, operate it, maintain it, I guess.
Correct.
And then the same for applications. And that applications team supports all of the city employees, but with the exception or with the inclusion of fire and PD?
Because there's still an application team over at PD focused on public safety, they focus in that area. We typically have application analysts focused on, a couple focused on finance, a couple focused on public works, a couple focused on SCADA and utilities.
Okay.
So the public safety team, it's not decentralized from our centralized IT department. I want to make that clear. They still report back up through the CIO. At the end of the day, the public safety is a 24/7, 365-day operation. They have very critical applications that need to be maintained and always analyzed consistently so that we maintain our police department and they can run their mobile devices and their cars work, et cetera. So that's why we have so many dedicated resources to that function. Now, they are cross-compatible, so if we need additional resources, we can pull from this building to go work at IT, and vice versa. If we need help, they can come back to City Hall to also help over here. So they're not separate functions. They do work hand in hand, but we do have dedicated resources given the criticality of the functions of the police department as well as the fire department.
Councilmember,
Thank you.
I have a question, and you may not want to answer this, maybe have to have a private conversation, but how do you monitor our systems to see if we're under attack or a threat of attack?
I can answer it in a generic way. We have multiple tools
Okay.
across 7 different layers that are always watching for unique behaviors to occur. Okay, so if we see something interesting happening, where all of a sudden a storage disk starts filling up rapidly, we get an alert. We get over 100 alerts a day from mainly the cybersecurity tools that are monitoring things. Okay, and we take every one of them seriously. We have to make a determination, is this really a risk or is this something that's just an anomaly? But we do look at each and every one of them every day. So it's constantly under surveillance. And,
Okay.
the way we caught the ransomware attack was we started watching a system change file names rapidly, and that's when we pulled the plug.
Great, fantastic. Any other questions, council members? If not, thank you, Scott, appreciate
Thank you.
all the information.
Thank you.
You know what, let's take a 5-minute break,
Thank you.
if you don't mind, at this time. Thank you.
Members, Deanna Christensen, Director of Finance, and I'm here to present the 23-24 budget for the Finance Department.
Can I make one comment before we go? I just want to remind the public that we will ask for public comments right before we break for lunch, and then also at the end of this afternoon's presentations, we'll ask again for public comments. Go ahead.
So to give an overview of the Finance Department, we're broken up into 4 divisions. The first one is the administration, which includes myself and my executive assistant that provides the admin support for the department. We deal with the overall policy management, the credit reviews that are handled for all of the city's debt portfolio, financing opportunities that come up related to infrastructure projects that are needed for the city, involved in the review process regarding our agendas, ARPA oversight, any municipal code review updates that are involving financial components, smart cities, and then the agreement oversight. And then in the accounting division, it's one of our supporting departments across all city departments. It provides the key functions related to our payroll. Our cash management handles all of the financial reimbursements as well as financial reportings for our American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, as well as the grants across city departments, our accounts payable, receivable, all of our financial reporting, our annual comprehensive financial reports, as well as other fiscal reports that are required from the city. Our financial system, policy management, our utility user tax compliance, and the accounting team also facilitates all of our audits that are done by our external auditors, as well as any other fiscal audits that are facilitated through finance. Purchasing handles all of the bids proposals across city departments. We also facilitate our central stores, which handles the inventory management predominantly for our water division within the utilities, as well as other field operations, handles all of the vendor management setup, policy management related to purchasing and contract compliance. And then our last division, which is our revenue collection and compliance, handles all of the collections of our funds related to utility billing, cashiering, business license, our citation processing for parking, business license, cannabis tax, our transient occupancy tax, Convention Bureau agreements as well. So to go over the priorities for the department, we continue to monitor and maintain a lot of the compliance requirements from the fiscal and grant policy requirements. We've made a huge effort and continue to move forward with managing our policy management system that we have that just keeps record and tracking of all of our policies and ensuring department staff are informed of policy updates as well as any new policies that come on board. It's a software system that ensures that we can communicate that information to all city departments as well as them being required to read and attest to these policies. We also do internal reviews such as our procurement card program audits, and we provide and facilitate a wide range of training as well as for new staff that come on board, and just ensuring that they're aware of what the key components are when they're dealing with any type of procurement rules that would again have an impact to the fiscal side. We're also underway with implementing a new grant management software tool to continue to help with the efforts with the grant compliance as well as the grant application efforts across all city departments. We continue to apply for a variety of awards just to again demonstrate the efforts and the achievements that we have done across our department with the annual review that we do with the Government Finance Officers Association, with our Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for our ACFR, or the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, as well as working with the City Manager's Office and Budget with the popular Annual Financial Report that also goes through an application review. And then last year was our first submission, as well as receiving the award for the National Procurement Institution to again achieve on the excellence that we've done across the procurement processes that we've done within the city. It was also our first year that we received the Triple Crown Award through GFOA for receiving those 3 awards for the ACFR, the PAFR, as well as the budget process that's done through our budget division. We continue to look at opportunities to innovate our customer experience and our customer needs across both our internal and external customers. We talk about deferred maintenance. We also deal with the challenge with the deferred maintenance related to outdated system tools that we have. Both our utility billing and our point of sale system for our cashiering are 20-plus years old. So it is part of our department goals to ensure that we look at replacing both of those systems and bringing an item forward to address those enhancements, as well as also improving the customer interaction that are utilized under those technologies. The other area that we continue to look at is the cost savings and opportunities that we have. I know it's been brought up in several of the department presentations about the cost of goods and the drastic increases that are occurring for a lot of our parts. But again, with the use of being able to look at cost cooperative agreements to gain on the economy of scale of what we're procuring, it does overall generate a cost savings compared to if you just went, to a local vendor to purchase those items. So again, we continue to explore and look at those opportunities. Same thing with our bond refinancing or debt portfolio. Again, we just brought an item last week in regards to restructuring some of our variable debt, and again, generating cost savings for our water fund associated with those transactions. And then finance is a huge component in regards to collaborating with departments on a lot of the programs that are being exercised across all city departments. We will be working in coordination with the city manager's office with the Measure H regarding the audit requirements that are needed, as well as smart cities, the parking reinforcement alignment, and then strategic plan goals, as well as other department organizational goals that have an impact to the finance department. So to give you an idea of the org chart for the full-time FTEs, so there is a total of 61 employees, full-time employees that we have within the department. There's 35 that are general fund positions and 26 that are non-general fund positions. And again, it just highlights by division the number of full-time positions that are captured. And we do have a few part-time positions that are captured both in our accounting area as well as in our purchasing and revenue compliance area. We also do try to take advantage of internship opportunities, specifically in accounting, for upcoming college students that, again, are looking at the finance profession. Again, looking at the FTEs by department based on the history over the last few years, starting with fiscal year 18-19. Again, we did start out with 58 FTEs. In 1920, we did expand, and that is when we started the early phases of restoring central stores when it had been eliminated back in 16-17. So we did add a couple staff to establish the implementation of getting stores up and running, and predominantly initially supporting the water fund. In addition, there was a position that was eliminated going into fiscal year 2021. When Stan RTA was formed, there was a financial analyst position in accounting that was supporting Stan RTA, and when Stan RTA was formed, that position was eliminated as part of the accounting area. As well as due to budget reductions, there was also some elimination of an account clerk in our accounts payable area, as well as an assistant buyer in our purchasing arena. And then going on to fiscal year 21-22, that continues on the expansion of central stores. All of the other areas pretty much stayed flat, but there was an increase in adding positions to continue the growth with central stores. And again, the key importance of central stores was to ensure that we did have adequate inventory control across all field operations for our parts, as well as being able to ensure that we can, again, gain on the economy of scale when we do procure and bid out those parts, as well as having a good record keeping of the parts that are being issued across every department division for future bids that are done across the departments. And you'll see within the org chart, again, as I mentioned, we are predominantly housed in general fund, and then there are some positions that are housed in non-general fund. So this, again, just captures the org history or the FTE count history for the general fund, finance department. And again, a lot of the change is just predominantly when we did some significant budget reductions due to budget cuts in fiscal year 2021 related to losing some of the clerical staff and assistant buyer positions in our accounting area. And then you'll see in the non-general fund, in the revenue collection and compliance, there was some corrections on some FTE counts that were made in 2021 but fixed in 21-22. And then in the non-general fund, this is predominantly our stores and then our utility billing and cashiering area. And again, it's been predominantly our revenue collection and compliance, which again is our utility and cashiering. And then the blue shaded area is where, again, we reestablished our central store staffing. So getting into our actual revenues and expenditures, again, focused on general fund, and then with the water and the stores fund, which are our non-general fund areas, there hasn't been any major increases that you can see over the actuals. I do want to call out when you look at the expenses, specifically in the general fund and the water fund, and we'll see that in a little bit more detail when we go down to the division. But we have had some challenges dealing with retaining our staff when it comes to our clerical positions, specifically in our business license and our utility billing area. I think with the increase in our minimum wage, we just have been unsuccessful to be able to retain and compete with some of our neighboring cities. So we have had some drastic turnover in regards to losing a lot of our clerical staff. And you can clearly see that when you look at the actuals, and again, looking at 21-22, because the actuals reflects what really happened. And then when you look at the budget, that you see a drastic increase. But again, that is because we're still budgeting for those positions. But unfortunately, due to vacancies, you'll see that significant savings on the expenses when you do the comparison. The other thing I want to reference, and Bill mentioned it as part of his presentation, is the parking citation area was used to reside in the general fund, and it still does. But what happened was when parking the enforcement was transitioned from the police department to Public Works, we housed the Public Works enforcement side as part of finance in the fiscal year 21-22, but then as part of the planning for this current year budget, it was moved into the parking fund. So you'll see a drastic change in the revenues and expenses because we also moved the revenue for the parking citations into the parking fund and out of the general fund, as well as finances expenses associated with our contribution with our collection and adjudication cost. So again, going through admin and again, just breaking it down by division. And again, this is our general fund area divisions. There again has been no major changes when you look at your revenues and expenses. This is predominantly my position as well as my admin staff. So again, other than the normal increases related to our salaries and benefits, our Cs are discretionary and our ISFs have remained pretty flat when you look at the comparisons. In the accounting division, same thing. There hasn't been any drastic increases other than the budget reductions that did occur. There was an account clerk that was actually restored from a prior reduction that did occur, which is why you see the slight increase between 21-22 and 22-23. But again, there has been no drastic increases when you do the comparison. And for both the admin and the accounting, the revenue that is generated amongst these divisions are just the direct charge agreements that we generate for the services that we provide department. A lot of in the accounting area, revenues are generated because of the grant billings that we provide support for the fiscal side and the reimbursements and the fiscal reports that we're responsible to manage. And then in the revenue collection and compliance, again, on the general fund side, this is only our business license area and parking citation. So again, I just want to call out that you'll see the increase in expenses, again, slowly, gradually, but again, there has been a significant amount of savings when it comes to our expenses associated with the vacancies that we've had in our personnel. And then again, you'll see an actual decline that we occurred in 23 and 24. And again, that's because of the change in structure that we're doing for the parking citation. And again, the goal is that the parking fund will house the overall cost for managing the parking enforcement, collection, and adjudication process for the city. In our purchasing division, again, there's been no drastic staffing changes other than the reductions that did occur in fiscal year 2021. And the revenues that are generated from this division is associated with the direct charge agreements that we issue out to the departments, as well as the purchasing manager support that they provide central stores for that function. And then just this provides the appropriation unit change, again, summarized by the general fund divisions. And again, I just can't emphasize the drastic change that you do see in the actuals for expenses related to actuals versus budget because of the vacancies that we've seen in our business license area during the last couple of years compared to the budget. So looking at our non-general fund areas, again, the first one is in our water fund, which again is our utility billing and our cashiering division. Again, there's been no major changing in staffing levels. And again, you see the huge jump between 21-22 actuals compared to the budget for 22-23. And again, this is another area that we've seen the significant vacancies in our clerical area. And then central stores, the growth that you see is just based on us reestablishing our central stores, first starting with our lit, supporting our water division, water department, and then as we go into the future years, we established a second stores location at our Jefferson Courtyard to support our field operations. So the value that you see in these budgets not only just captures the overhead for the cost for the staff to manage those stores, but it also captures the cost of goods that's being issued out of the inventory parts that are being issued to the departments. So I just want to reference that those dollar numbers are not the staffing levels, it's the inventory value of the cost of goods sold that are issued out to the departments. And then again, this is just doing the comparison of the water fund, again, supporting the utility billing and our cashiering area. And again, no major changes other than the changes associated with the vacancies and again, just establishing the budget levels for those positions. And then vice versa for stores. And again, this has the breakout between the appropriation units. So the appropriation unit A does reflect the staffing levels, and then where you see the appropriation unit C is predominantly our cost of goods sold for the inventory values that are issued out to our water fund as well as our field operations staff. So for the non-Measure H adjustments, there are a few that we have within the finance department. The first one, again, I'm going to focus on the general fund impacted non-Measure H adjustments. So the first one is proposing eliminating a part-time position that we have in our business license area and converting it to a 3/4 position. Part of what this position does is it provides lead support to the code enforcement officer that we have in business license that addresses our admin citation process, again, in ensuring, our businesses are licensed if they're doing business here, and provides kind of the assignments to the code enforcement officers of what they go out in the field to ensure compliance, verifying the liens that are outstanding, as well as collection efforts that are done for this specific area. The cost of that change is reflecting the $60,100. But again, with eliminating the part-time position, that would net the amount by $35,000, and then the remaining amount, and why you're seeing it's a zero net impact is because the revenue that this position brings in related to the citations that are being enforced, and not just one-time revenues, but it's ongoing revenues that they would provide the general fund associated with, again, getting our businesses in compliance of ensuring that they're paying their taxes appropriately And again, that will be ongoing revenue that would be provided and generated for the general fund. The second item is recommending adding an additional account clerk in our business license area. Probably over the last couple of years, there's been a positive growth in the number of business licenses that have been issued for Modesto. Right now, we have close to about 16,000 businesses that, again, have to remit tax returns, have to address compliance requirements, and it is an extraordinary amount of tasks for the staff to maintain and ensure that, again, we're providing good customer service. We take advantage of every opportunities of technology to ensure that we can notify our businesses to ensure that they're in compliant, but it still does require a lot of in-person communication, whether that's our businesses that do come to our lobby windows, phone calls, being able to respond to emails in our technology business license system that we have. So again, we truly believe adding an additional business license account clerk will continue the improvement with our customer service and addressing the needs for our businesses. And similar to the account clerk, the senior account clerk, again, we do believe that adding this position will self-sufficient fund the position because of the revenue that it would bring in. Because again, we're also addressing delinquencies of businesses that haven't paid, and again, that would bring in the revenue to fund this position and even additional revenue for the general fund. And then the last two in our non-general fund area. So the first one is in our utility billing area. This is, again, another area that, unfortunately, with the COVID impacts that have happened and the financial impacts that it's had to our customers, there has been a drastic increase in customer calls that we've had to deal with. Similar to the utility billing, we have a little over close to about 75,000 customers, anywhere between literally 100+ calls that we get daily, as well as the same thing with our customers coming to the lobby windows. Our goal is to ensure that we can provide quick turnarounds and minimize the amount of wait time that our customers are having to stay in the queue. So we do believe that adding 2 additional account clerks will help provide that support. The other thing I do want to mention is, and you'll see in some of our other data that we have, there has been, again, a huge increase in our delinquencies of customers not paying our utility bills. Again, we tried to promote as much as possible the various state programs to address funding that our customers can have with addressing these past due bills, but there has still been, I mean, literally more than double the amount of delinquencies that we're having to address. So it's literally us having to reach out to these customers, trying to establish payment plan arrangements to alleviate their water from being shut off. So you can only imagine the amount of human contact that needs to occur. And again, we want to ensure we can be timely and audit those to prevent any type of disconnect for our customers. And then the last one that we're proposing is eliminating one of our part-time positions in one of our central stores at Lit and converting it to a full-time position. We've just been having a lot of staff turnover when it comes to being able to retain part-time positions. And with the staffing that we have, again, we need to ensure we have the adequate staffing levels to cover for our full-time positions, vacations, time off, unplanned sick leave. So having this additional full-time storekeeper position would allow us to be able to maneuver for both locations and ensure that we do have adequate staffing level to ensure that we can provide the support to our departments, and then again, ensuring that we can provide that service to our customers. So I think with that said, I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members or council members?
So on the, yes, thank you, Chair. On the page 9, I believe, yes, page 9, so to the end of your report, you have, on page 9, you have 35 total, but you're wanting to increase that to 39.75 now?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Number one, your vacancies. What's the solution what's the solution so we don't have more vacancies and you're able to That's interesting. What are you going to do to hire more people so we don't have the vacancies?
So I know currently in our Human Resources Department, there is a compensation study that's currently underway.
Okay.
So 100% that position is part of that review that's being done. So the goal will be that hopefully, based on the results of that review, it'll address some of the concerns and the issues.
Great. And then tell us a little bit about the central stores. I know, I think some of our public out there, maybe some of our council members don't really understand what our central stores are. Can you?
No, not a problem. So again, as I mentioned, we have 2 central stores, one that's out at our lit Corporation Yard that predominantly supports water, and then we have a second location at our Jefferson Corp Yard that supports our public works, parks operations, as well as our utilities department on the wastewater side, since Sutter and those locations are offered on that location section. But what the inventory central stores will do is it manages and tracks all of our inventory parts across all those departments. We ensure that, again, we have a clear tracking of what's in stock, what's being issued to the departments, and then within every part, there's a min and max of what the department needs that need to be retained. So it's kind of like a trigger of if the water needs, and we store our water meters out there, there's a specific volume of activity that should be managed there, and my team will ensure that we maintain those adequate levels, as well as ensuring that we're managing the contracts associated with all of the procurement that has to be done to manage those inventory items and facilitates all the purchasing requirements. But the key thing is the inventory control. Between both locations, there's about 2.3 million valued of inventory parts that are stored in both locations. So there's a clear record keeping of how much is being stored. The staff out there not only issue the parts and receive them, they also do regular inventory audits to ensure, again, we're managing what's being stored in our stock and matches our systems, and ensure that inventory control is in place.
So talking about inventory control, have you seen any problems with inventory control, inventory missing or not accounted for?
When we have discrepancies that do occur, they're very minor, and it's usually, because again, it is human entering that has to be done, and it's usually triggered from a number being transposed, but there has been nothing of significant nature in regards to discrepancies.
Great. And then also, tell me a little bit about grants, on the grants. What part do your department deal with the grants? Do you apply for the grants for the different departments, or what does finance do on that?
So one of the roles that we do is we manage the city's grant management policy. So we ensure compliance with what's assigned in that policy, and one of the requirements is ensuring that the appropriate approvals for what's required when a department applies for a grant, as well as the acceptance of a grant, that all goes through finance. So before the department, because all departments' applications would go through the various city departments. So finance itself would not apply for a grant. But before that application occurs, there is an internal review process where the departments have to submit a form, and it goes through a review process to ensure it complies with our policy. And then vice versa, if we get awarded a grant, same type of process review occurs. And then once the grant is approved, usually my team is the one that handles any type of request for reporting. So any financial reporting, the reimbursements that we would require for the grant agency to provide, that would all funnel through the finance department.
Okay.
As well as we do produce a bi-monthly report to the council to provide a summary of all the grant awards and applications that come across all city departments.
Okay, and I see we're going to have a grant status update presentation later on.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm really curious about grants because I know that a lot of times we leave money on the table that we should be applying for, and that's one of the things I think could help us greatly to really look at the grants that are out there. Thank you for all the information. Any other questions from council members?
No.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Deanna. Next is human resource. Christina.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Sorry, this is not council. This is committee.
I'm not mayor.
I know, but you're,
Thank
yeah.
God.
She has a lot of responsibilities,
Yes, she
right?
does. Yep.
All right, let me switch gears. So, good morning, committee members and chair of the Finance Committee. My name is Christine Alger. I'm the Human Resources Director here at the city, and I am going to be presenting two presentations to you back to back. The first one is actually our Human Resources Department itself, the makeup of that, and how that function works. So here we go. So the Human Resources Department overview. Just to give you an idea of what we do in Human Resources, we have several buckets that we cover under Human Resources. You'll notice I have a little color coding going on here, so I'll explain that to you in just a second. But we do organizational development, which is professional development, mentorship, soft skills training, succession planning, and all of those functions. We do employee life cycle, which is anything to do with recruitment and selection, any of the transactions that happen during the lifetime of an employee, so promotions, raises, all the way up to retirement or exiting of the agency. We have employee relations, and so that has to do with negotiations, employee relations, and tackling those employee relations issues that may occur. And then we have these other two buckets that are lighter color. The reason why they are lighter color is because they are going to be in my next presentation. But we have two functions that are internal service fund functions. One is employee benefits, and so employee benefits really covers all of the benefits that we provide to our employees, including health insurance, PERS pension, deferred compensation, life insurance, wellness programs. We also manage FMLA and leaves, protected leaves, and disability management out of that division. And then finally, we have risk management. And so risk management is workplace safety, general liability, workers' compensation, insurance administration, and return to work when it comes to workplace workers' compensation. All right, so the priorities and goals for the Human Resources Department, these are just a small sampling of the things that we are working on that are priorities going forward. And so health and wellness program enhancements are something that we've been working on year over year. We look for ways to add benefits and add value to the employees to help us recruit and retain. And we look for ways to do that at a low cost, no cost value when we can. Diversity, equity, and inclusion program implementation. So as you're well aware, we did bring to council in January of last year a DEI program, and so we're in the implementation phase of that, rolling out all of the training and components that go with that, and so that's a high priority for us. The language access plan implementation, that actually falls under DEI. It's part of that DEI program, but the language access plan, which includes what you've seen here in the council chambers with language translation for people who are zooming in from other areas and can look at it in a different language. But it's also the services that we provide from the counters, from the front counters here at TSP, as well as our other locations, and ensuring that we have full language access to provide services to the community. Employee communication enhancements, and so that's really just communicating the benefits and the value that we provide to the employees, ensuring that they understand what they have available to them here at the city, and continuing to employee engagement initiatives. Workers' compensation and general liability cost containment, and so these are two big buckets of cost for the city. It's a risk factor, and therefore why it lives in risk. But there are some areas where we need to consider cost containment. How can we reduce those costs? How can we mitigate the costs that come in there, and then also how do we properly fund those funds? Supervisor and Leadership Academy continuance, and so we have two academies that we currently implement, and so these have been going on for a couple of years, but we want to continue that endeavor. The Supervisory Academy is an academy that's a 6-month long, 1 day a month, where new supervisors and upcoming potential supervisors can go through this academy and learn the basics of how to be a good manager, supervisor, how to engage with employees and learn how to do that. The Leadership Academy is a college level, a university level program that we offer twice a year. And so we've cycled through all of the directors, all of the management level, and now we're down into the supervisory roles. And this is really teaching them more leadership skills, which are more soft skills versus the, technical things that you do as a supervisor or a leader. Performance management enhancements, and so we did employ a new performance management system about 2 years ago. And there are still lots of tools that we want to employ in that program, and so that is a high priority for us, including individual development plans. And so there's a module in there that we can utilize to get that off and running. And then finally, becoming an employer of choice initiatives implementation. And so this is a really big bucket, and this is really just continuing to look for ways that we can enhance the value to our employees here and now, and also upcoming, so that we can be an employer of choice for the future. So the org chart, again, this is a color-coded org chart because the darker red are the human resource administration functions, and that's what we're necessarily covering in this presentation. These are general fund positions. The lighter pink ones are the other two divisions, benefits and risk, and I have a separate presentation that will go over the financials of those two in. And those are internal service funds, so not general fund. So you can see here our staff by allocation by division. And so we have 12 admin staff in the administration section, which is general fund. We have 5 in our risk department and 2 in benefits for a total of 19. Here's just a little bit of history of our staffing levels, and you can see we've been pretty consistent over the last several years. We did make one change this last year. We added an analyst, and this analyst actually is specifically for the police department. As you're aware, there are lots of recruitment items that we need to take care of. And previously, I only had 2 analysts, and one of them would handle PD as part of their duties in addition to other departments. And so what we did was we added another analyst that's specifically for the police department that can focus on them and their needs. So next, we're going to go through revenues and expenditures. And we're pretty simple in HR. We have mostly expenditures. We are a general fund department, and so general fund does mostly support us. You will notice we do have a small amount of revenues. Those revenues really come from direct charge agreements with other departments. And so based off the services that we provide, there are some departments that help support some of the positions that we have in our department. And so we do direct charge agreements with those departments, collect those funds, and those are our revenues that we collect in order to help support us. Here is a snapshot of our expenses by appropriation. And so the one thing that I will point out to you, which is clearly pretty obvious, is that we're mostly people. So as you can see, our salary and benefits is the largest portion of our budget in HR administration. We have a very, very small discretionary budget, and then we have the normal ISF charges that every department has. Those are those charges for IT and for workers' comp and those types of things. But we're pretty much just all people, and that's what our charges come from, our expenses. So non-Measure H adjustments. I don't have any non-Measure H adjustments for my department, and so there will be one adjustment in the Measure H presentation that's coming later on in the Finance Committee that you will see, but I don't have any adjustments under non-Measure H. And so before I move to my next presentation, any questions on HR administration?
Thank you, Christine. Any questions from council members?
Nope.
Chris, any questions out there?
No questions on HR administration, Chair.
Thanks. The only thing I would just comment on, we talk about employee benefits, and I know finance having a hard time keeping employees. I think sometimes we need to think outside the box. Time off with family is very important, and I found in my industry and other businesses that I insure, when they do family things, time off with families, restructuring hours and stuff, tendency to be just as important, if not more important, than an hourly wage. Because this generation of people like to spend time with family, more so than our old generation. We wanted to work 50 hours a week, but it's a different climate out there. And I think that's something we have to keep in mind, to think outside the box on how do we make working for the City of Modesto a benefit. It benefits not only my pocketbook, but it benefits my family. So I just want to make that comment and stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
So moving on, workers' compensation, general liability, employees' benefits. I should have probably waited till we got through this presentation. So
That's
go
okay.
ahead.
It's all in the same department, so
Right.
all in the same department. All right, so this next presentation is going to be workers' compensation, general liability. So just quickly, okay. So just quickly, just another overview of these two divisions within my department. Again, these are internal service fund divisions, and so they are not general fund, although there are some general fund dollars that do go into this as we collect funds from the different departments, and I'll kind of explain to you how that works. But in risk management, we have workers' compensation, general liability, workplace safety, insurance coverage, and return to work. And in employee benefits, obviously it's anything that has to do with benefits. This is a very short list of the many things that the employee benefits team does. So the priorities for these two specific divisions, I did touch on a little bit in my last presentation, but I did expand a little bit here. So obviously PERS unfunded liability cost mitigation is a big item under the benefits division. We've been working towards this for the last several years. I will have a PERS pension presentation later in this process, and we'll go into a lot of detail about what that looks like currently and what we're working on. But that continues to be a priority for us. Again, workers' compensation and general liability cost containment. That also includes, proper funding for our reserves to ensure that we have the funds available to be able to cover these costs long term. Benefits enhancements, which I already mentioned, and a return to work program. And the return to work program is pretty important because it actually crosses over both of these divisions. We manage the personal disabilities and leave management out of benefits, and then we have the workers' comp side of disability and leave management on the risk side. So this return to work program is very important for us to tie those two things together and ensure we have a seamless process. So the org charts is the same org chart you saw in the last presentation. However, now we're going to be covering those light pink areas. So employee benefits, I have one employee benefits technician and one human resources assistant. And then in the risk division, I have a risk manager, a safety officer, a safety specialist, a risk analyst, and a senior administrative office assistant. I will state that the human resources manager, who is in dark color because she is general funded, she does oversee the benefits division, so she's the manager that oversees that, and so a portion of her cost actually goes to the EBF fund. All right, so I'm going to start with workers' compensation and general liability financials. The first one I want to show you is really the administration expenses, and so these are the expenses to actually administer that particular side of the house, the risk division. And so you can see we have discretionary, ISF, and salary and benefits. Here we have a larger discretionary fund. This has to do with contracts that we contract to get vendors to offer services that we provide through our programs. So there is a larger discretionary cost over there in addition to the supplies and things that they need. You can see there's a general increase in salaries, and you'll see there's a large increase from 22 to 23. That is because 22 is an actual, and we didn't have a risk manager for a while. We had a vacancy there for a bit, and that caused some salary savings, and so our actuals were pretty low compared to what we had originally planned to use that year. So just a little bit about how workers' compensation and general liability funds work before we go into the actual numbers. And so the way these work is they're internal service funds, and so we charge out to the departments and we collect revenues from them to fund our programs. This is due to, we take 1% of budgeted payroll, and so whatever the payroll cost is currently, we take 1% of that, and every department gives us that 1% of payroll as a baseline. And then the other 99% of these funds are actually what we use utilization, right? So it's actual losses. And so we take a 5-year look back and an average of those 5-year look back on the cost per department. And those heavier user departments pay more into the fund to help us fund those programs. And so you can see the pie charts kind of give you an idea of what percentage of general fund and what percentage of non-general fund you have in each of these funds. Obviously, in workers' comp, it's a good chunk general fund, and the reason why is because police and fire by nature, their jobs are tough and they have injuries that happen during the course of their duties. And so they tend to use the workers' compensation a little bit heavier than other departments. General liability is a little bit more split half and half because general liability really includes things like litigations and claims that come in from constituents out in the community that, they believe we might be liable for. So this first slide here just shows your workers' compensation financials. And so you can see we have fund assets, and so this is our reserve that you can see at the very top, and this is as of 6/30/22, so we have a full fiscal year. So as of 6/30/22, we had about almost $8.9 million in reserves in that fund. The next line down you see is the discounted outstanding liabilities, or the expected level. And so we derive this by hiring an actuary. So an actuary comes in every year in about August after we close the year end. And they look at our funds and they determine what does that long-term liability look like. So if we were to have to pay out all of our liabilities today, what would that amount to? The next line down is the workers' comp fund unfunded liability. And so this is really, if we were to be 100% funded, this is the additional money it would take to get there. Now, that's not typical practice to get to 100%. A good confidence level usually is a minimum of 70%. And so you can see we've got a little bit of room there to work on to get to that 70% level. Right now we're about 50, a little less than 50%. The below box is projected expenses for 23-24, and this just breaks down kind of what goes through these particular funds. And so we have claims payments, and so those are the payments that we pay out on all of the various workers' comp claims that we have. We have TPA fees and safety services and physicals. And so we do have a third-party administrator that assists us with the administration of the claims. And so we do have a fee that we pay them to help us handle these claims outside of the city. We have excess insurance, and so we do have layers of excess insurance that we do purchase. In the workers' comp fund, we are $750 is our SIR, or our self-insured retention. That's like your deductible. And so up to $750,000, we pay directly out of our fund. And then after that, if a claim costs more than that, then we can tap into those excess layers of insurance to cover those. We do have the risk administration fund allocation, and so what we do is, I mentioned a few slides ago that we have the administration cost. What we do is we kind of split that between these two funds, and we collect a little bit extra to cover the administration costs of the staffing to be able to administer these funds. So you can see a total expense and a total allocation for revenue and a little bit of fair market value. So we're looking at being at net zero, which is usually our goal when we bring to budget. This slide gives you a little bit of history of what this fund looks like. And so you can see revenues and expenses over the last few budgets. And then you can also see that top line is our actual reserve amount that we're carrying through. I would make note that we did drop a little bit in our expected reserves for this budgeted year that we're in currently. And the reason why is because last year, as part of our budget process, we did take what we call a rate holiday or a rate reduction to try to save money. And so that was part of closing our budget last year. What we try to do is we try to then maintain those costs so that we can hopefully come out even at the end of the year. But if we don't, then we do have a little bit of a dip in our reserves that we see by doing that. And then you can see the proposed is a flat, and so we would maintain that reserve. Next, we're going to cover general liability fund financials. This reads just the same as the workers' comp, so similar structure. You can see our fund assets as of 6/30/22. We have about $2.3 million in reserves in that fund. Our discounted outstanding liabilities, and so this is our long-term liability cost, is about 8.6, almost 8.7 million. And you can see that we have quite a ways to go if we want to get to a 70% confidence level. And so you can see below some of the costs that come out of there. So we have our claims payments. We have our excess layers of insurance. And so in this fund, we have many more layers of insurance than we would in workers' comp. So there is a larger cost to having those layers of insurance. We also do have a TPA, or a third-party administrator, that helps us with management of the claims. This is fairly new. We used to do this in-house, and we moved to a TPA last year. And so we're seeing some of the benefits of having a TPA manage those claims for us. So you can see a total expenses of about $7 million and a total revenue, and the goal to be flat going into this next budget year. This particular chart shows the history of this fund, and so you can see those revenues and expenses, and then you can also see what that reserve looks like over the years. And so with this one, we haven't taken any rate holidays or rate reductions. We try to maintain at a minimum. And so you can see that we've maintained those through this budget year and proposing to maintain through the next budget year. The next section is employee benefits financials. These will look similar to that we just went over for risk. So we have our EBF, or Employee Benefits Fund administration expenses, and so this is really staff and discretionary funding. So this one, you'll notice that we have quite a large discretionary fund. The reason why is because when we do negotiations and legal services and things like that, all come out of this fund. So if we have employee relations, investigations, and things like that, we cover out of this fund, as well as all of our negotiations cost as we're negotiating. You'll notice that in actual 2022 was a lot smaller. Budgeted in 2023, it jumps up, and that's because we are in negotiations right now with 4 of our 5 unions. And so we're anticipating that there is going to be a good cost to that. So the methodology behind how we fund these, so this is, again, an ISF fund. And so the way we do this is a little bit different. We take and we have 2 ISF funds for this particular division. One is to fund the administration, and the other is to fund the actual benefits portion. And so with the administration, we do a flat rate per employee. So we figure out what the cost is going to be for administration. We divide that by how many employees we have, and then we charge out that flat per employee rate to the departments. And that covers our administration. So those are staffing, our discretionary funds, and such. As far as the other fund goes, we have a formula that we use, and it's based off of the bargaining unit. So each bargaining unit has a different level of benefits. And so it's a percentage based off of the type of benefits that are provided to that particular unit. And I have a slide coming up that will show you the breakdown of that. And so we take that particular formula and we apply it to the departments based off of the employees that they have and what union they reside in. So you can see here in the pie chart the difference between general and non-general fund. It's a little bit heavier on the general fund than non-general fund, and the reason why is because police and fire have typically more rich benefits than the other units, and so they tend to have to pay in a little bit more into this fund. So this is an employee benefits fund. This is the big fund that we do by that, what I mentioned, by union. And so you can see each union, you can see what percentage we charge out based off of the union. And this is the collection that we do. So we collect those monies in, and then we basically manage these types of buckets. And so we have several cash outs you'll see up here. These are necessarily upon separation cash outs or retirement cash outs. And so if an employee leaves the city, there is a vacation, holiday CTO, and CTO, which is compensatory time off, which some unions can collect, as well as holiday grandfathered. These are cashable upon separation, whether they choose to resign or they choose to retire. These are all by law, we have to cash these out for them on their way out. And so we support that out of our department. You also see a sick leave cash out provision. That's really a benefit that we had negotiated in the last set of contracts. It's a wellness incentive, and so there are some rules that employees have to qualify for, and if they qualify for it, they can actually take 24 hours worth of their sick leave and convert it into either a deferred comp or an HSA account. And so there's a cost to that. When we do that, we do that in December every year. We do the look back to make sure that they qualify. And those that qualify, we offer that option to them to be able to take advantage of. You will see there's a line in here for early retirement incentive, and this is just a holding place in case we ever have any additional costs to that. We did do early retirement through the pandemic to encourage those that were retirement eligible as we were trying to downsize and right-size our budget. We did offer that early retirement incentive at that time. I don't anticipate having any costs in that bucket currently. And then the last one is sick leave conversion. And so this is actually our largest cost. Sick leave conversion is a benefit that we offered several years ago. I want to say in 2012, 2013, we changed this benefit. And so prior to that date, sick leave had a value. It had a cash value. And so once they retired from the city, they could use those hours to be converted to premium payments for them. It's kind of like a retirement health benefit, so to help them pay their premiums after they retire from the city. And so the other piece of this too would be that if they chose not to do that, or if they chose to resign rather than retire, there was a 25% cash value to it. They could cash it out. So at that time, the city changed the practice to hopefully reduce our liabilities, which it greatly did. And so what they did was we kind of drew a line in the sand, and anybody who had earned sick leave prior to that, we called that grandfathered sick leave. We put it in a separate bucket. And then we started a new bucket of just regular sick leave that has no cash value, besides the new sick leave conversion that I mentioned a minute ago. And so this particular item has been very costly over the years, but it's continuing to go down every year. It continues to be less and less as those grandfathered hours go away.
Quick question.
Sure.
On the left there's CC at the top. And it's 0%. What's CC stand for?
Yeah, that is, well, it's necessarily city council, but you don't have any benefits, so you
city
don't
council,
charge.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about
That's
right.
what they think of us.
Probably should take that line out.
About right. Yeah. Okay, that should be a minus there.
Yeah, it
Like
should be.
It's really a minus, it shouldn't be a, yeah, so, okay.
Thank you. So you can see in this fund, we do have a little surplus of about $32,000. The reason why is because internal service funds, we have to submit those way ahead of the budget process, and so we try to estimate what it's going to be, and we submit those ahead of time, and so it's already in the system. And then as departments build their budgets and as we build our budgets, sometimes we find that it's off just a little bit. So we do have a little bit of a surplus in this particular bucket that we see here. The administration side, and so if you'll remember, this is the side where we pay for the employees that administer the program and other discretionary funds. And so this was that flat dollar amount per employee. And as you can see, it's a $645 per employee that we charged out to the departments. And then we also have a deferred comp administration. I'll call it a kickback that we get from our deferred comp carrier. Because we do a lot of the administrative work on our side, they give us some money back for that. So we recognize a little bit of a revenue there. And then you'll see, again, the budgeted expenses. We have salary and benefits. We have professional services, which are anything like contracts, legal services, and those types of things. We have our direct charges, and so this fund actually pays for a portion of some of the other employees within our division or within our department. I mentioned the HR manager. She oversees benefits, and so a portion of her salaries gets paid out of this fund. And then we have our own ISFs that we get. You'll notice that we also have an employee appreciation line. Actually, that's a little bit off, so I'm going to have to get that corrected. And legal fees. We also have a fund surplus in this one of about almost $19,000.
So that ISF is not insufficient funds, is it?
No, it's not insufficient
Okay, good.
funds. Yeah, no. We don't like that, right? Nobody wants insufficient funds.
Just making sure.
Internal service funds, and so
Thank
that's how
you.
we collect them. So this financial sheet looks similar to what you saw with the the risk side of the house. And so we have fund assets, we have a reserve. Our fund assets as of 6/30/22 is about $4.3 million. And then you can see the line items of all of our expenses and revenues that I just covered. And the goal is to be pretty close to flat. Right now between the two, we're looking at about a $50,000 surplus. And then again, just a long-term look back of what that fund has looked like. You'll notice there is a really low fund reserve and then a really high fund reserve, and then we kind of level out. That has to do with our insurance issue that we had a couple of years ago, and as we negotiated claims payments with providers, we used this fund to pay those providers, and then we were able to recoup the costs, and so that's why you see it jump way up, is because we recoup those costs. And then what we did was we used some of those funds to fund some of our trusts, which I will cover. So other post-employment benefits, and so this is new to our presentation. We didn't used to have this in here. It used to come as a separate item. But we do an actuarial as part of our OPEB costs, and those are other post-employment benefits. And so those are the retiree benefits, the health that I talked about, those types of things. And so just a couple of definitions in here, explicit and implicit liabilities, and just what those two things mean. Whenever the actuarial looks at our fund and they look at how we're funding things and they look at our long-term, they consider those two items as they move forward. So actuarial assumptions, what they take rates of retirement, like when are people generally retiring. We are more PEPRA now than we are Classic, and so PEPRA members actually have a higher retirement age. So you'll see some shifts in that as we move forward to more PEPRA employees. They consider, death and disability and other terminations of employment. What are those rates? What do they look like? And then they determine what our long-term liability is. And so for our OPEB, our long-term liability right now is about $22.5 million net position. And so with that, that's if we were to pay everything out today, this is what we would assume that we owed, just like I spoke about in general liability and workers' compensation. And then you see our current OPEB expense, which is that line item that I talked about earlier. That's that sick leave conversion line. And so there are a couple of things that we pay out of here besides that sick leave conversion. The other thing that is a cost to us is our fire department is on CalPERS Health. And so the contract with CalPERS Health covers their retirees as well. And there is what we call the PEMCA minimum that we're required to pay as part of our contract, which is $145 a month per employee right now. And it does have an inflator that goes up just a little bit each year. So that's included in this OPEB.
So is that a total? All these numbers would total up, or am I missing something here?
So no, these are line items out of our actuarial. Really the line that you want to focus on is that net position impact.
Thank you.
That's our long-term liability
Perfect.
as right now.
Thank you.
And I will mention that as we moved over from the sick leave conversion, when we did the grandfathered thing, our actual liability in this bucket was well over $100 million at some point.
That's,
And it's
yeah.
gone down quite significantly. And then I just wanted to touch on an OPEB trust. And so last year we did come to council and we established 2 trusts. One was for OPEB, one was for pension. I'll talk about the pension one when I bring pension back. But I wanted to talk about the trust because this is actually a place where we can put some money away to help with those long-term liabilities. It also helps the city be in a better financial position when it comes to, you know, finance and when they're trying to get rates and things like that. If we have an OPEB trust, it really raises our ability to get good credit. So we established this trust last year. We're currently on a pay-go model, which means we collect what we think we're going to spend, and and that's how we pay it out. Having a trust is putting some little extra away over the years to be able to have something for that long-term liability. So we established it in January of 2022. We made our first initial deposit in about June, right before the fiscal year ended. And you can see this is actually the list of funds that we had put in as our initial deposit. Our current balance right now is about $1.4 million. It hasn't grown very much, but that's because the market's not been very strong. But we hope that over time it will continue to grow and we'll continue to put some more money in there. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have about the ISF funds.
I have a question real quick on that trust, back to the last screen. Are we limited on where we invest that, or where do we have that invested?
So that is a great question. They have different portfolios. We go through Highmark, and it's actually through PARS, which is the company that we use to do the part-time, that amount that we set aside for part-timers because they can't be in PERS. We're utilizing that same company, and they use Highmark as the investment company. And so they give us lots of options, and we're able to go in and we're able to look at it and choose which options we want. And so between myself and Deanna, the finance director, we partner together and try to ensure that we're picking the fund that's going to give us the best outcome.
Good.
Yeah.
Any questions from council members?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, do we have more than one insurance company that we work with, and if we don't, do we actually look for a better insurance company down the road?
So are you referring to health insurance or regular insurance coverage?
No, there was a point in your presentation that you talked about, there was some insurance.
There's workman's comp, there's liability.
Yeah, but is it the same carrier that we use?
So we have several layers of insurance, and what we do
Okay.
is we go through PRISM. PRISM is an organization that is specific to public agencies, and so they
Okay.
go out to market, and they bring us proposals, and then we choose from those proposals for the best option.
And how often do we do that?
We do that annually.
Annually?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last question is, were there any buyouts or cash outs in 2021? So from the employees, did we do any cash outs where they wanted to retire early?
In 2021, we did.
2020,
So 2020 and 2021, we had some what we call early retirement incentive.
Yeah, how many were they?
You know,
You can always
yeah.
email me that, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'll have to bring that back. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I want to say it was less than 15 people.
Okay,
Did
thank you.
we have any in 2022?
No, we did not offer it in 2022.
Only offered in 2021.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ricky?
Chair, is this the last opportunity to ask questions about HR, or is there more to this presentation?
This is it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have some questions that weren't covered in the presentation. I'm surprised that I didn't hear anything about our biggest problem in HR, which is employee recruitment. How many current open positions do we have?
Currently, the open positions that we have, I would have to go back and get that. I don't have that off the top of my head. I want to say it's probably around 100.
How are we budgeting to deal with this problem?
So out of HR, what we do is, we're in charge of recruitment, trying to, do the outreach, get those applicants, get them in. And so how this works is each department would submit to us when they have a vacancy they are ready to fill. And then what we do is we work with that department to discuss what that looks like, put a recruitment process in place. I can tell you that some of the things that we've done in HR to try to streamline recruitment, to try to get people through the queue faster, because that's definitely one thing that, local government is a lot slower than the private sector in, and we tend to lose applicants because we're not quick enough. And so we've employed some tools, mainly electronic testing. So we used to bring people in to do testing for certain positions. We now have the ability, it's called Test Genius, and it's integrated into our recruitment system. And so it's a really easy way for us to have people test, for positions to make sure they qualify and they have the technical skills and give them a score. The other thing that we employed was Spark Hire. Spark Hire kind of negates the need to bring a panel together. It sometimes takes a while to get a panel together in the same place at the same time to be able to interview people and give them scores. And so what Spark Hire does is we can invite the candidates to record their answers to their questions, and then our panel can review them at their convenience within a certain time period, and we can still score them. And so that makes the process a lot faster. So those are the kinds of things we're looking at there. We're also looking at outreach. And so part of our DEI program is expanding our outreach and trying to get a larger candidate pool. And who are we not reaching, and how can we reach them? And so what we've done is we have partnered with communities, agencies throughout the community groups, and they also take our recruitments, they share them out with their members, and we try to do some more specific targeted outreach to get more applicants to come in so that we can fill those positions. The last thing that I would mention in terms of recruitment is also removing barriers to employment, and that is also part of that DEI lens. So looking at those requirements that we're requiring, and do we necessarily need those requirements? And can they go away so that we can get more applicants, because they aren't necessary. So we're looking at removing those barriers to be able to have more people be able to apply and compete for our positions.
And I'll also note that we are in the middle of labor negotiations with all but one of our labor groups. That also impacts our ability to recruit and retain employees.
Yes, and we are actively working with our union partners right now on what we can do and what that looks like. And so that's definitely a priority for both sides.
Yeah, I just find it surprising that we're not focused on one of what I think is one of our biggest problems. And if we're trying to build the city, like we're trying to build the city, part of that is your ability, not just yours, but all of our ability to provide the services that we're entrusted to provide. And it's hard to do it when you don't have the bodies and the chairs to do the work, So one of the things that I've been pushing that I think we need to explore deeply is a remote work pilot program. I know that not everybody is cut out for remote work, but right now it's a worker's market. When you got the boomers retiring, as has been expected for years, but this was totally accelerated by COVID. And that makes employers like us that kind of already had, a harder time than other cities because we're paying less money. It makes it even harder. So we need to go outside the box and try new stuff and be more aggressive. And so that's what I'm looking for. Right now, we're just not going to consistently be able to attract the best talent because we pay less and because we lack the cultural amenities right now that a lot of other communities have. And so those are things that I know we're working on and we're going to do better. But right now, I think we need to start looking at some out-of-the-box options like remote work more aggressively and create positions that are designed to reflect the needs of today's worker. And I just feel like we're behind there. That's all I have, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ricky. I do want to just take note that we do have some remote work options currently that we are doing, and we are looking at expanding that. So that definitely is a priority for us as well. Thank you for your comments.
Councilmember Scugabring.
Thank you. So, Joe or Christina, you please elaborate on how negotiating with our labor groups impedes recruitment? Impedes. I thought that's what I heard you say. So I was trying to visualize what that might look like.
Yeah, so I don't think it was probably meant the way it was sounded. So it really doesn't impede, but what's happening is, we have agreements with our labor unions. And so when we go into negotiations, we're really looking at how can we enhance the wages, how can we enhance the benefits, what can we offer employees, what value can we bring? Because I think that on both sides of the table, the major interest is recruitment and retaining, right?
Sure.
We want to do that, they want to do that.
Sure.
We want to lower the level of workload that people have, and so, having those seats filled. And so it really, the process is because the process is happening right now, and that's, I think what Joe meant was that we're working towards what does that look like for the future.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. My last question is, I see the value in and the challenge in recruiting for positions such as charter officers or high-level executive positions, and that necessitates securing a consultant, a recruiter, to really bring us just amazing talent nationwide. How much, any given year, how much do we invest into this expenditure to help us bring in that talent?
Yeah, so typically we use executive recruiters mostly for the executive level. We have used it in this last year for some management levels because we've had some manager positions that have been a little bit tough for us to recruit for. It depends on the position. A manager level position, usually it's about $19,000 that a recruiter would necessarily charge us. When we're looking at executive level and higher, it's usually about $35,000, $40,000. But we use the vacancy savings to cover those costs. And so it's not really an additional cost per se.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we have the vacancy, we don't have that salary cost. And so, that's what makes up the ability for us to be able to utilize those services.
And does that come out of HR budget or the operational budget?
It comes out of whatever budget the position lives in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Great.
that's it.
That's it. Thanks.
My question is, do we do an exit review on every employee that leaves, why they're leaving, and ask questions like, what would it take for you, if the stars all lined up, would you stay? So
Yes.
we have some feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have an exit survey that we do. We have an electronic one that we do, but we also have a verbal one that we do. We have a checkout process with each employee. And so on their last day, we go over, benefits and, how those work, information that they need in order to access those benefits after employment, their final check and things like that. And while we have them in that checkout process, we have that verbal conversation. But we also have a standardized electronic survey that they're also required to fill out. And so we collect that information, we share that out with the departments so that they understand maybe where their opportunities lie, because sometimes it's benefits, sometimes it's wages, sometimes it might be an operational thing, right? So, we try to communicate with each director and let them know what those results look like so that we can work towards, how do we make those things better.
So do you have them rate, if they have like 5 or 6 different things, which is the most important all the way down to the least important?
We do have a scoring system for each bucket. So
Okay.
each question has a 1 through 5
Good.
rating.
Okay, and then also back to the unfunded liabilities. I know we're at 50% in reserve. You like to get them up to 70%. Do you, on the workman's comp, do you have a projection when we'll be at 70%?
So that is something that I think that as we work forward, building new budgets, that the department and council and the city manager would work towards what does that look like? If we could just build in a little bit of extra each year to get us to that 70% funded level. We've looked at what does a 5-year, a 7-year, or 10-year plan look like, and we have those numbers, but it just depends on how the budget can take us and whether or not we can seed some of that.
Yeah, go ahead, City Manager.
Part of our ongoing goals are to boost the reserves of all of our internal service funds, not just workers' comp or general liability. We will be making strides over the next couple of years to try and make a concerted effort to boost all of these up. doing them all up front didn't make sense right now. We needed to hit some of the major priorities that we have going on. We do anticipate additional unassigned fund balance coming back to us that'll help us address some of these deficits that we could maybe look at spreading some of the money into those buckets to get us up to date. But when it comes to workers' comp and general liability, those things get paid out over time. So it's less important for us to be at that spending level. I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I'm just saying we don't need to do it all in one fell swoop. We need to work towards those goals over the long term. But we have a lot of immediate pressing needs that we need to address early on, which is why you see the recommendation you do
I
currently.
understand. Good. Thank you. Is that it? I think that's it. If there's no other comments from council members or committee members, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is our utility department, underground department.
Will Wall, W squared.
Good morning, Will.
Good morning, Chair Wright. You're absolutely right. We are the underground group. So, well, good morning, committee members. I'm Will Wong. I'm the Director of Utilities. So, here to give you the budget update for the Utilities Department. So let's go over the budget department overview. So the department is made up into 4 different sections. We have administration, engineering, wastewater, and water. The administration group covers the leadership, department general oversight, our policies, budget, and human resources. Engineering has an engineering water planning group, as well as 2 engineering design groups and construction administration. Wastewater, as you well know, we operate 2 wastewater treatment plants located at the Jennings and Sutter water recycling facilities. We also have a sewer collections group, environmental compliance inspectors, and a laboratory. In our water division, we maintain anything that has to do with drinking water. That includes all the tanks and wells, and we also do a lot of our own repairs. We have a water quality testing group and compliance group, and we also have a very active water conservation team. So department priorities and goals. So the City of Modesto's Utilities Department, we do have strategic goals that basically we live by every day. We want to make sure that the city is maintaining its regulatory compliance and providing customer satisfaction. We want to provide reliability and asset management. We want to be fiscally responsible in our business practices. Safety is paramount, and workforce development is very important for our department. And we also want to sustain effective partnerships with both private and other public agencies. So key priorities for our department by division. Our engineering group wants to improve our efficiencies through our delivering capital improvement projects. A couple of projects that we want to deliver this year are our SCADA upgrade project, finish construction of our River Trunk project, continue compliance with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, pursue project funding opportunities, alternative funding opportunities, including grants and low-interest loans, and as well develop training and retention program for our engineering team. In our water division, key is to maintain regulatory compliance of our drinking water. We want to replace and strengthen our deficient water mains. Part of our strategic goal is to do more outreach and to really let the public know about conservation. So we want to continue to improve our advertising and outreach programs. We want to look at getting advanced metering infrastructure, or what otherwise known as smart meters. We're going to be maintaining our key financial principles through water rates, and then development and training for retention of our operations maintenance staff. In wastewater, we want to also make sure that we also maintain our regulatory compliance. We also have a list of project improvements that we need to do in order for us to continue to treat and discharge our wastewater. We have a stormwater management plan that we need to update. We have some other software that we need to upgrade in order for us to comply with our reporting and regulatory requirements, reduce sanitary sewer overflows and localized flooding, and again, similar to our water and engineering, develop training and retention programs for our operations and maintenance teams. So our org chart. So the utilities department is consisting of 269 full-time employees. I oversee the administration with 5 full-time employees. Our water division has 97 full-time employees. Engineering services has about 37, and wastewater services has 130 full-time allocations. So the staffing broken out by fund. So the utilities department is under 100% supplied through, funded through the enterprise fund, so water and wastewater, but we also do support projects, and that's other departments. So 52% of our department is funded through the wastewater fund, and staffing is funded about 41% in the water fund. Between the water and wastewater funds, these include not just operations and maintenance folks, but as well as our engineers as well. The Capital Improvement Support Fund, those are 17 employees. That is our construction administration group, and they're funded through all the various capital improvement projects that they manage throughout the year.
They manage both of the different funds on the construction?
Yeah, not only will they
and the
manage, not only will they manage the water and wastewater projects, but they also manage projects for the public works, community economic development, as well as other public works related projects. Utility staffing level has dropped over the last few years through efficiencies and through attrition. So we'll go over the department, division revenues and expenditures by fund. So I had mentioned previously the Capital Improvement Support Group is our construction group. So they're funded primarily through capital improvement projects that they inspect throughout the whole entire year. Our water fund has revenues are relatively flat because we have not had a rate increase over the last couple of years. Wastewater fund revenues have increased because of a 3.5% rate increase that we're looking to implement on July 1st. And the storm drain fund has remained flat over pretty much the last 20 plus years. And there are some challenges with us raising revenues in the storm drain fund. Expenditures from all the water fund, the wastewater fund, and storm drain have had some modest increases, and we can go through those through the following slides. In the water fund, like I mentioned before, we haven't had a rate increase in a couple of years, but we are working on water rate increases, so we remain relatively flat in the water revenue. Our expenses have a minor increase. That's due to cost of staffing as well as cost of materials and supplies in order for us to operate the system. We've also had a large ISF increase in the fleet fund for water. In wastewater, as I mentioned previously, we're looking at a rate increase sometime in July. Increases in the expenditures include some one-time studies that we're needing to do in order for us to meet some regulatory reporting requirements from the state and the federal government. And storm drain, as I mentioned before, we don't have ability to raise storm drain revenues, but as you can see, our expenses have had a minor increase, and that is due to some fleet increases as well. Engineering division, this is again, we've broken this up to our capital improvement support fund, which is our construction administration group, as well as our design group. So revenues and expenditures are about the same because our engineering group is funded primarily through capital improvement projects that we identify and budget throughout the years. And the capital improvement fund, those expenses the differences in expenses have to do with some salary increases and some increases in the fleet ISF. Visually, if you look at the bar chart, you'll see that we have a slight drop in our appropriation A's in the capital improvement support group, and that's due because we reallocated one position, an AST position, into the wastewater division, but you can see that we have some minor increases in our appropriation B's and C's. In our water fund, the largest increase that we've seen in the water fund is cost in materials and supplies to operate the system, as well as a fleet ISF increase. Salaries have a modest increase as well. Wastewater fund, we have a slight increase. As I mentioned before, we do have a few one-time studies that we're looking to do. Chemicals in the lab, we do, as I mentioned before, in wastewater, we do have a laboratory, and the cost of those chemicals have gone up, as well as chemicals for operating our wastewater systems. In the storm drain fund, we can see that we've reduced our appropriation A's to essentially zero. The reason is now we're using this as a cost center for us to charge time from our wastewater collection group. So our wastewater collection, most employees are located in wastewater collections, and they'll charge storm drain in order for us to maintain that level of service as best we can with limited funds. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I do have a question. Any other council members have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you for this thorough and non-variance report. Great job.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ricky, I don't see, do you have a question? I don't see.
I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I really appreciate the hard work you've done in water conservation over the last couple of years, Will. Your department has put together some strong programs. I know we've talked about it before, but I just want to make sure that you have the ability to properly fund those, specifically the residential turf program that's really gaining traction and really dramatically improving our community.
Thank you, Councilman Ricky. So one of the things I neglected to mention in the water fund increase is that we're budgeting an extra $300,000 for the water conservation and rebate programs.
So you feel comfortable that there's enough room for growth in the budgets that you're recommending?
Absolutely. We've seen substantial use by the public for our water conservation programs. I think our outreach programs have significantly increased over the last few years, and we have recognized that through the amount of applications that we've seen for water conservation rebate types of items such as turf replacement and toilet replacement.
Yeah, I agree. I think that if my numbers are right, I think it's increased by, I don't know, 150% over the last 24 months, maybe, something like that.
I don't have those exact numbers, but we did see a significant increase, and I'm pleased to say that our public has responded to our programs, and that is a proof that our outreach programs are improving, and we want to improve that as well, too.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate your feedback on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Ricky. I have a couple questions. Well, what is our reserves in our water fund right now?
Let's see, Steve, do you mind giving some? Okay.
And then also, I would like to know what our reserves are in our wastewater fund and our storm drain fund. And then while you're looking those up, where does our revenues come from our storm drain?
Revenues from storm drain come from users' rates. So we've actually, unfortunately, had a flat revenue increase from storm drain because of a Proposition 218 that the state initiated back in I believe the early 90s, have limited us with our ability to raise rates. Storm drain is not a property-related rate, unlike water and sewer, so we have had difficulties. In fact, most, if not all agencies in the state of California have difficulties in raising storm drain rates.
Okay. Steve, you have those numbers yet?
Yeah, so in the water fund, again, we have some projects coming, so
correct,
with the AMI and things like that. Without factoring those in yet, we're looking at about 105 million, but again, we need to factor those projects in, which will decrease significantly, which will probably bring it down to closer to probably 70, high 60s.
And what another presentation that we'll be giving in probably the next few weeks is our capital improvement program. So what we present today does not include the projects that we're looking at in the next few years.
So go ahead, and the wastewater.
We'll bring up wastewater, but I was just going to say for the water one, like Will's mentioning, when we bring forward the water rate study, you'll have better numbers that will factor in the AMI, the CIP program as well. So those numbers will factor in all of those things, and you'll have a better idea of what the future, water retained earnings are.
Okay, and you can give me those numbers later. And what I'd like to look at is like the last 5 years, what our funds revenue or what our reserves and those funds have been, along with maybe projects were done that year. So it gives some kind of an idea.
Absolutely. So keep in mind too, we, as a city of Modesto, have done really good with our water and sewer rates. The revenue that we get from our public, from our ratepayers, we've been pretty good stewards. So we've actually had a good balance of initiating capital improvement projects as well as maintaining our cost of service to maintain those systems. With the capital improvement projects, we do implement quite a few projects, and we have fortunately been able to cash fund majority of our projects. So a lot of the cities will debt finance projects, but the city of Modesto has had sufficient reserves so that our ratepayers could benefit by not having to finance projects.
You know, and I know we do have water mains that break constantly, especially on Coffee Road and some of those areas that some of those lines are very, very old. And my concern is that make sure we have enough reserves so that we can take care of those without having to go out and borrow money and costing us more money because we had to borrow.
And that's one thing, like Will's stating, that the water fund, wastewater funds, we are very prudent with how we fund those. And even when we come up with the rates and things like that, we are very conservative in how we adjust the rates on those. So again, no one likes to see their water rates or wastewater rates going up, but we do make sure that we account into the CIP programs that we have going forward to minimize the impact on the ratepayers as much as we can for those funds.
And we do have, as Will stated, I believe it's next month, we are going to our Economic Development Committee meeting to discuss the water rate study. Within that, we'll have much more information provided to you. I just also want to note that reserve balance, there are certain requirements that we have to maintain on our reserves that cover what we call our debt coverage ratio. We'll talk about those in the committee. I just want to make sure that is included in what is talked about when we talk about the reserve balance, because we have to maintain a certain level of that funding that can't be drawn down as well. But again, this is coming. We do need to discuss our water rates so that we do stay on top of our infrastructure and some of the things that you had mentioned, Chairperson, right, where, you know, it's very important that we maintain our infrastructure to the highest level to avoid any future problems. It's
Right.
it's much cheaper to improve your infrastructure now than wait for something to break, and that's always been our approach.
Right, and costs of doing repairs are less expensive 10 years ago than they were today, and it's going to be the same thing 5 years from now and 10 years from now. It's cheaper to do them now than it is 5 or 6 years. So my concern is that we're making sure we have those reserves to make sure that we can stay on top of things instead of trying to put Band-Aids on items and stuff. That's all the questions I have, Will. Any other questions? If not, okay. I think at this time, I'm going to open up the public comment.
Okay.
And let's, if any public out there would like to make any comment on anything that's gone forward today, we'll try to answer it. If not, staff will take a note, and then we'll get back with you either first thing after lunch or first thing in the morning with some answers. So is there any public comment? Surprised that we don't have any public comment. Must be doing a good job out there, staff. So seeing no public comment, we will go on to the next item, which is the organizational structural change presentation. Do we have a handout for that or not? It's coming? Okay.
Wow, look at this one, deferred maintenance, like an inch. Wow. Apparently so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I might add, if someone out there in public does have a question, feel free to send an email to council@modestogov.com, and I know that we'll forward on to the city manager so that we can answer those questions in the morning. Thank you. Christina.
All right, I'm back. So this particular presentation is a new presentation this year. And what it's going to do is go through some organizational changes that we're proposing as part of the budget. So just as a background, as the organizational priorities evolve and duties change, best practice is to really look at the new needs and adjust accordingly. Two ways that we do this. One is through individual position audits. They're called PIQs, or position inventory questionnaires. And we do those audits to determine changing duties and overall structure, to determine if the particular position still falls within its classification, or does it fall within a new classification or a different classification based off of duties that have evolved over time. The other piece of this is overall structure. So we look at overall structure to determine efficiencies. The following presentation is going to cover both of these topics. I have some position-specific changes that we'll cover at the end. But first, we're going to go through some structural changes to address the needs of the business. So this is the overview of the recommended changes. So we're going to go through three basic buckets. The first one is engineering. So, we looked at the engineering within our organization to see if there was a more efficient and effective way to coordinate efforts. And so currently, there are 3 departments across the agency that has engineering functions. We have community and economic development, utilities, and public works. So the engineering divisions across these departments must coordinate their efforts on many projects. So that means they need to have good communication, they need to coordinate their efforts, and they need to collaborate with each other. So the recommendation here is going to be to create a new department called Engineering Services Department. And this department would be a consolidation of engineering, and we're going to go through what that looks like to help them be more efficient and effective in their duties. The second bucket here will be neighborhood preservation. And so currently, neighborhood preservation lives in community and economic development under the building division. So these are our code enforcement officers that enforce those codes out in the neighborhoods. And the recommendation here is to move NPU to the Modesto Police Department and align it with an area of command. There are many agencies that this is actually where it resides, and it will help coordinate their efforts between the two. And then the last thing we'll cover are those position inventory questionnaire audits. We'll go through a couple of slides of some individual position changes that may be recommended as part of the budget. And just to give you an idea of what position inventory questionnaires are, a department or an employee can choose to have their duties audited and reviewed. And so many times with the budget process, a department may come forward with a particular position that they've had their employee doing extra duties, or they feel they have the need to change their duties based off of the needs of the business. Or we may have an employee who feels like their duties have changed over time and they would like to have it reevaluated to ensure that they still fit within the correct classification. So first of all, I'm going to go through the departments that right now house engineering. And I'm going to show you the org charts, the current org charts, and then what their new org charts will be after we make the move to engineering. So first of all, and these are just on the division level, so these are not down to the position level on these org charts, but just a general overview of division. This is the original structure of CED as it sits right now. So you have economic development, administration, you have community development, you have engineering, you have planning, and you have building safety, which includes neighborhood preservation. And so the change here will be that we would pull out engineering, move it to the new department, and then pull out NPU, neighborhood preservation, and move it to PD. So if we do that, then their new structure looks like this. So they do go down one division. This will allow them to more effectively focus on the community development, economic development, and planning areas, and be able to spread those duties over to other departments. Utilities. So utilities has a large engineering area, And so under utilities, we have three major divisions. We've got water, wastewater, and engineering. And then under engineering, you can see that we have water design, wastewater design, construction, and water resources. And so the recommendation here is to pull construction out. Construction has 17 full-time employees. It's the largest section of their engineering division. And this construction division would move over to the new department, which I will show you in shortly. So this is what their new structure would look like. They still have an engineering area, but they will only have water and wastewater design and water resources residing in their department. So the engineering services department, a little overview of what that new department would look like. And so what we're proposing to do is to take the city engineer position and create a director of engineering services / city engineer. So they would still have those city engineering duties, but they would necessarily be the director of that particular department. We would add in a couple of positions, and we'll talk about what that looks like, but typically each director has an executive assistant to help them with scheduling and administrative duties. They would have administrative support, which is coming from the other departments. They're coming over as part of those moves. And then you can see we have the different divisions from CED, so land development, transportation engineering. They do have the special projects area and a surveying area that are coming from CED. You'll also see that we have traffic engineers. So that would be the traffic engineer in Public Works, the only position in Public Works engineering that would be coming over into this new department. And then you also see that we have that construction arm, and that's where the utilities construction division comes into play. You will see a couple of lighter pink boxes here. Those are concept boxes, I'll call them, because what we're really looking at doing is there's not necessarily people that live in these particular areas, but these are just concepts that we are considering continuing to explore to help streamline some of the duties and responsibilities that the engineers have and to allow them to focus on their engineering and not their administration duties. So budget of the new department, as I mentioned, we have a couple of changes that would happen with this. The director of engineering would be a creation, or actually a quasi-creation of a new position. It would be the city engineer and then adding those director duties to that particular position. With that, we would place that director within alignment with other directors in the organization. So you do see a cost increase there. And then we want to add the executive assistant to help with the support of the new director, and also an administrative office assistant 3 to help with some of the administration. There are some administrative support that are coming over with these other divisions that are moving, but they need this core support up at the director level. So the new positions will result in an increase in cost. However, these costs will likely be mostly absorbed through grants and projects, because what we'll do is through direct charge agreements, we'll charge out those costs to the various projects that are going on. So we hope that this will end up being a net zero. And then these are the funds that are going to be moving over into this new department. And so these are funds that are already in place. They already reside in either traffic engineering, construction administration, or in community and economic development's engineering functions. And so those divisions are coming over as whole divisions, completely intact, and all of the funds that support those divisions come over with them. So finally, neighborhood preservation move. And so as I mentioned earlier, neighborhood preservation right now it resides in community and economic development. We're proposing to move it to the police department, and this is just a general kind of an high-level overview of where it would fall within their organizational structure. And so they have those three main buckets, operations, investigations, and support. And so neighborhood preservation would fall under the investigations section, and that's where that particular division would live. And all of the funds that support that division would come over along with the unit. So the funds that currently support them would move over as well. So the final couple of slides I have are for single class audits. So I'm just going to do this a little bit by department. And so You got a little glimpse of this from Alan's presentation last night, because I think he had this in his presentation as well. But we're proposing to do a couple of reclassifications in his area to better align his command staff and also to better align his administrative support. And so you can see an admin analyst. We're proposing to move that over to a public safety business analyst, which is specific to the safety departments. And so the police department currently has one, and we're looking at aligning him with police and having that same type of public safety business analyst in his area. And then we're proposing to take one battalion chief position and reclassifying it to a fire deputy chief, and then taking two fire deputy chiefs and reclassifying them to an assistant chief. Currently, we have incentive pays in place for people to be able to do the functions and duties of either the assistant chief or what we call a division chief. And so what we're doing is necessarily realigning them, making the structure permanent, so that the duties and responsibilities are more evenly spread out. In PD, we have two items here. One is moving of the NPU unit, which I've already spoken of, so no cost there. There are 8 FTEs in that unit that we'll be moving over. And then we have one position class audit that we are currently looking at, and it's taking a person who is currently at a senior AOA or administrative office assistant level and looking at the duties and responsibilities they are currently doing and proposing to move them to police hiring supervisor. City clerk, we have one position that a deputy city clerk resides in. However, the allocation doesn't match, and so this is really just a correction of the allocation on the records. There's no cost to it because we currently have that deputy city clerk sitting in the place, and so we're just going to correct that allocation to match the role that's being utilized there. And then we have 2 office assistant 1s, and so this is a flex position level that we utilize throughout the organization. We have 1s, 2s, 3s, and seniors, and right now the city clerk has 2 in the mailroom that are allocated at the level 1, and so we're proposing to reallocate them to the level 2. And the reason why is because then that way these particular positions can pick up extra duties that right now they can't do because they're not within their job scope. And that will allow the city clerk's office to be a little bit more efficient and effective and allow the city clerk to be able to utilize these 2 positions in a better fashion. We have 1 position in HR that we're proposing to adjust, and so it's an HR assistant to a senior HR assistant. This is in our benefits division. Currently, this person oversees all of the complicated leave policies that we have to comply with, both federal and state. And so the complexity of the duties that this person has picked up, they haven't always had these, but they are doing these now, really fits more in line with the senior HR assistant level of duties and responsibilities. Lastly, we have some parks planning, and so this is really looking at the parks planning or parks project coordinators. And what we're trying to do here is create a different series. And so Parks has a lot of trouble recruiting people under this classification because Parks Project Coordinator is not the type of title that you normally see out there. And so we're really trying to kind of line this up to be able to better recruit the right type of candidates into this role. And so you'll see that as part of Parks' request in another presentation, they are proposing to add a senior landscape architect, and then we want to take their Parks Project coordinators and create a landscaping series so that they all kind of line up with each other title-wise. And so we don't anticipate a cost with that. And then finally, we have Public Works and Utilities. And so Public Works, we have a vacant position right now. Used to be an operations manager. However, this particular manager oversaw other managers, and so it's really been something that needed to be corrected because it doesn't align with our current organizational structure. And so we're proposing to take that position and create a senior manager because this person does necessarily or would necessarily oversee other managers. And so you need to have that higher level manager position to be able to do those duties. We have the Traffic Operations Division to Streets, and so that's moving a division. There's no cost to that. It's just actually moving a division from one cost center to another. We have in our Electrical Division a proposal to adjust electrical assistants to be able to flex promote. And so currently what's happening is we have a certain number of positions that are electricians, and we have a certain number of positions that are electrician assistants. The assistants are really what they were intended to do, and what we use them for is really like an apprenticeship program. So they can come in at the ground level as an assistant one. They don't need any experience. We put them through all of the training that they need, get them through the testing that they need to get their certifications. And so they move through this process of assistant 1, 2, 3 as they gain knowledge and experience and certifications. Once they hit the 3 level, they're technically at the electrician level. Right now, though, they have to wait for an actual electrician allocation to open up before they can become a full electrician. So what we're proposing to do is take those 3 electrician assistants and make them flex positions. So all of these positions would be able to start at the ground level, go through their apprenticeship program, and then promote into the electrician once they qualify for that. And so that will create, some recruitment and retention pluses there. It will also allow us to keep people, because right now what we do is we put them through that apprenticeship program, and if we don't have an allocation for them, then they go work somewhere else. So we want to retain those people that we put all of that effort and energy into. The next one is a welder fabricator, and we want to reclass them to a heavy equipment mechanic too. There's no cost to that. We don't have a need for the welder fabricator, and having another heavy equipment mechanic will be a benefit to the department. And then lastly, in the forestry division of Public Works, we have a materials management superintendent / city arborist. This particular position oversees the forestry department. And as you know, forestry is a very, very busy division. It has a lot of duties and responsibilities, and so we're looking to reclassify that to a manager position. It really does operate at a manager level, and it would align it with the other managers within the department. Finally, we have utilities. So some of the items under consideration, an AOA 3 to a senior AOA confidential due to the duties. They would like to take their vacant property agent and reclassify it to an engineering project coordinator. Currently, that property agent's been vacant for several years. We don't have a need for that because we contract out when we need those services, and it just doesn't benefit us to have an in-house person do that. And they really could use a project coordinator to help with the coordination of their projects in water design and wastewater design. And then they have several items under the water and wastewater areas. The main ones are these systems control technicians that you'll see. You see a couple of regular systems technician 2s, and then you'll see a senior. And so we're taking current vacant allocations that aren't needed, and we're reclassifying those to better support the SCADA system that they use to manage their systems. So that is up there, as well as a couple of reclassifications, one a crew leader to a senior, and one compliance inspector 2 to a senior to better align the duties and responsibilities within those divisions. I will make one caveat that some of these are still under review in the HR department, and so when we review these and we do those position audits, we determine whether they fit the classifications that they should fit. And so if need be, 1 or 2 of these may end up not coming to the final budget if we determine that they don't qualify. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? Yes, go ahead.
Okay. With the proposed development of the engineering department, are we physically planning on having the personnel relocate or remain in place?
Yes, so what we're looking at right now is we're doing a study on the space. And so there are 2 possibilities. One is moving construction from the 4th floor where our utility is at down to the 3rd floor where the rest of engineering resides right now in community and economic development. So splitting that floor up to have the two departments on the same floor. Right now, CED is the only one on the third floor. So we're doing studies and we're walking the floors and seeing what the possibilities are of reconfiguring their space there. If for some reason that space doesn't work, we can also look at the fourth floor and moving those that are on the third floor to the fourth floor. But the idea is to get them all in the same area because, communication and efficiencies, they need to be together for that to happen.
And that would be transferring the equipment and all that, because that existing space probably doesn't have that equipment that they would need. Okay, so that's a lot of labor involved with that. And in that same proposed adjustment, and in terms of personnel, those being, I'm going to use the word extracted or transferred or lateral, what word do I use?
Well, it's a lateral move.
Lateral,
Consider
okay.
it a lateral move.
So those personnel being lateral to the new proposed division, do their duty statements, job descriptions, do they change? I would imagine the report protocol changes, but their duties do not change.
Correct. And so what we're proposing to do is just pick up the entire division as it sits and all of its duties and responsibilities and replacing it with this new department. And so with that, duties and responsibilities will remain intact, and a lot of reporting structure will actually remain intact within those divisions. But the divisions will have a new department director that they would report to.
Okay. How does that proposed adjustment impact the workforce left behind? Meaning, for example, as you were referring to, a manager managing other managers doesn't jive with good practice, so you're proposing making it a senior manager so that it's appropriately oversees managers. In that same vein, a manager is, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, justified in that title because it has so many direct reports. So now you have a situation where you're pulling out some of those direct reports and putting them somewhere else. So how do we justify maintaining that level of pay for that manager that stays?
So the entire division is going to move, and so our divisions are kind of standalone divisions. So the division would have a division manager, and then they would have all of their administrative staff and all of their technical staff that would support that particular division. The entire division, including the manager, would be moving over to the new department.
That's not the case with building safety and neighborhood preservation.
So neighborhood preservation has a supervisor, and it has code enforcement. So there's a group of code enforcement officers, and they have a supervisor that supervises them. They're actually moving just like that over to PD, and they'll report to a different manager.
Right.
The manager that stays behind, you're correct, so the manager that stays behind would be the building manager. It's the building official. They would still maintain building inspections and all of the other functions that go under building.
Right.
And so by taking away the NPU, this particular manager that's left behind still has a full scope of responsibilities to maintain that manager level.
And in that same vein, have we done an analysis of the ripple effect? For example, the higher level over the manager. Again, that title is being impacted because some of its personnel are being taken away. So does everything stay status quo even though we have PFE being relocated to a different one?
Yes, and so typically the division managers report directly to the director.
Right.
And so there isn't a level in between those two.
Right.
And so the only change within building is really taking that chunk of NPU out from underneath that particular manager, but he's still left with enough duties and responsibilities that he still qualifies under the manager level. So when we look at classifying a manager, we look at complexity, we look at duties and responsibilities. We don't necessarily look at how many direct reports they have.
And I think it's also important that, and you'll see later on, there's going to be a new function come in for the chief building official with the rental housing inspection program. Part of our issue throughout our organization as well is we have overloaded managers with too much responsibility. And so it's made us hard to do things. We do them well, but we want to do them great, right? And so by kind of thinning things out a little bit, it's giving us the ability to really focus on certain areas and put the proper attention to things that maybe they haven't in the past. And that's why you see this thinning out is actually going to benefit us and allow us to do our jobs better.
I definitely see the value in that, but are we doing that across the board?
We will be, but this has been a specific area that we've been trying to address for a while, particularly with engineering. One of the big thing that's changed with engineering is Measure L. Like, we've had more road construction projects than we've ever had because we have this dedicated funding source that's coming in. And so while it was in utilities, they did a good job managing it, but now we need specific attention to that particular area. So we are looking across the organization, and some of this you'll see in Measure H. As more resources come in, it's allowing us to do things better and more focused.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ricky.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just on the last subject in terms of the management issue, I mean, I've certainly seen the struggles we've had trying to manage multiple projects and just timelines. I know, like, for example, I know the city's been working on trying to get this abandoned commercial building project ordinance through for a couple of years, and we just don't have the bandwidth to do the work. And that is frustrating for everyone, for government, for residents, for council members, right? We just need more, we need more people doing work. It's a huge issue for us. I also wanted to just really applaud the vision that HR or whoever, I think it's HR, I'm gonna say HR, had in terms of bringing MPU into PD. I witnessed, like in my district, an issue that we had with MPU that's been going on for like a year, and like because it had to bridge the two departments, not only did it take much longer, it wasn't very efficient, it also was a waste of senior management time, which is incredibly valuable. So I see this move as like there's just a ton of wisdom in this move, and it's very thoughtful, and it's gonna save the city money, and it's gonna improve performance, and that to me is like the golden win, right? That's what we're looking for. Which is also, moving on to another subject, why I love the idea of the landscape, the additional landscape designer for parks. And that's a situation where we can get like a triple win, right? We can save water in our parks. We spend $1 million a year watering parks, maybe more. We could reduce some of that water use in parks. We could use it for programs. That'd be amazing. But also we can just through some changes and through different landscaping, we can increase the usage of our parks and increase the purposes that people go to our parks. So I'm excited about that. Those are my comments, Chair. Thanks.
Great, thank you. The only comment I have is, number one, I think bringing engineering together is going to really speed up the process for new development, which new develop helps with our structural budget deficit. And I see that that's going to really help in speeding up the process for new development. Also, engineering will work also with the gas and electric companies, I'm assuming, on.
Yes, so they'll continue to work with our partners in the community as they do now, but just out of the new department.
Great. I think that's all the questions I had. Any other questions from council? If not, I'll open up to the public. Any public have any questions? I see no hands. Nope. So we're going to take a break for 1 hour, lunch break, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. So we are done till 1 o'clock. And up next is equipment, software, maintenance. Deanna, welcome.
Good afternoon. Deanna Christensen, Director of Finance. I will be doing a joint presentation in coordination with our Chief Information Officer, Scott Kahn, to discuss our equipment software maintenance agreements for our upcoming fiscal year 2023-2024. Wilson, do you need to do something?
The irony of it.
All right, so I will go through the equipment maintenance, give an overview of the type of equipment we're referring to as part of these maintenance agreements, and then the funding sources that are utilized to fund these maintenance agreements. So just to give some background, we actually started incorporating this as part of the budget process probably a few years ago. What these agreements are doing is, we purchase some type of equipment that's gone through an informal quote process or a bidding process, and the equipment does require some sort of maintenance agreements. And usually as part of the purchase of these equipment items, usually the maintenance is captured, but usually it's for a certain period of time, and it usually will capture automatic annual renewals. So part of our goal is to be transparent and to capture what these annual amounts are that we're paying for these equipment maintenance agreements, as well as the funding source that's being used. So the maintenance support is usually to address preventative maintenance, routine service, technical support if the equipment has issues, as well as any type of on-site assessment that's done on the equipment to ensure that it's operable. And as I mentioned, both the finance department and IT do work with all city departments to ensure we gather this comprehensive list of all the maintenance agreements that fall under the equipment. And again, we're capturing the maintenance agreements where anticipated payment will be occurring in the 23-24 fiscal year. And again, I do want to acknowledge, again, they're still captured as a purchasing freeze to, again, manage and ensure that we're truly only identifying maintenance agreements that are needed to run our essential services for the city. So here's just some examples of the type of equipment maintenance that we have entered into agreements with. A big core is our heavy-duty copier machines that we use to, for example, print all these presentations for the budget workshops, as well as our agenda items. We also have a variety of scanning machines. Again, these are more of the heavy-duty machines that we're referring to, our phone systems, a variety of types of fire equipment, our badge and barcoding system, parking machines, our counter machines, a variety of radio lab equipment, our large postage machine that's used by our city clerk mailroom. So again, just to give you an idea of the type of equipment that we're referring to.
Do we lease most of these, or do we purchase?
For most of them, they are purchased. There are a couple that we do lease, but for most part, we are purchasing these equipments.
Thank you.
So on the maintenance agreements, I wanted to capture the agreements that are valued less than $50,000 over the fiscal year. So this captures those agreements that fall under that $50,000 threshold. The first column represents the vendor that's providing that maintenance agreement, what we paid in the maintenance services for the current year, and then the next column represents the proposed amount that we're capturing for the upcoming budget year. So this just captures the second page of the list in the vendor in alphabetical order for value, where you can see the change is being increased to $487,581. And most of these maintenance agreements do capture in an inflation for the increases that most of these maintenance agreements will apply. That's usually, again, factoring in the anticipated CPI index increases that occur. The next one are our maintenance agreements that are a little bit more value, that are over $50,000. You can see they're pretty significant pieces of equipment that we're referring to. Our HVAC system at our center plazas, some pretty significant life-saving equipment for our fire department, a collective of all of our copier machines throughout the city, and then our parking garage machines that we utilize as well. And again, those are the list of the vendors, what the current amount is that we're paying for the current year, and then what's being proposed for the next year. And as you can see, there is an increase that's being captured. For Amino, again, we did pay the current maintenance agreement. It just was not factored in the budget item that was presented in the current year, so we're correcting that and ensuring that it's captured as part of the proposed amount for the upcoming budget year. So the staff recommendation, and again, I believe the vote's going to happen at the end of the workshops, but I just, again, do want to capture the recommendation that's being proposed for the equipment maintenance, to just capture the overall annual cost that's anticipated for both the over and under 50,000 for a total of the $896,155. So before I turn it over to Scott, I just want to make sure there's no questions on the equipment maintenance side.
I have a question, but any other council members have a question? Councilmember Ricky, I don't see you, but are you on, and do you have a question? I guess not. Okay. I do have a question on the parking lot machine. My wife's having problems with the parking lot machine every time she goes in there, and it's not reading her card. Are we looking at upgrading that system or redoing that system so it's a more user-friendly and it works? I know that when I leave the building here, there's been times that people are just sitting there trying to get it to work and it's not working. So, I mean, I'm sure we're losing money on it because staff has to come and actually let them through without having to pay because it's the problem we're having.
Yes, with the parking study that we've been looking at where we're talking about on-street versus off-street parking, that is absolutely a part of that process.
Hopefully we move that forward fast and really, I think we're losing some revenue on that. So anyway, thank you. That's all the questions. And I'd like to make a comment. Any public comment, we'll give you time at the end of the presentations today. Do public comment. If for some reason you can't stay on, feel free to email council@modestogov.com and we'll make sure we get your question and we'll answer it first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you. What's that? End of the day today. I'm sorry. End of the day today. Scott.
Good afternoon this time, Chairperson Wright and honorable Finance Committee members. Scott Kahn, Chief Information Officer, IT Director for the City of Modesto. As Deanna outlined the equipment side of this, I'm going to outline the software side of this. The types of software utilized, the maintenance agreements that they come under, and the funding sources to pay for that maintenance. So as you know, the software applications are used by the entire city. In fact, we have well over 200 that are spread across all the various departments. The agreements are managed and paid for through the different city funds, usually department specific. IT has worked with all the departments to gather the list from every single one of them into a single location to make it easier to bring to council for approval of this coming fiscal year 23-24 support maintenance agreements on the software side of the house. We'll be requesting you to authorize the city manager to allow him to execute that total amount, and all costs you see here are already included in the fiscal 23-24 budget requests. As we did with equipment, we broke things into the under 50,000 category and the over 50,000 category. And as you can see by the chart before you, you're looking at basically all the departments in the city and what their share for their applications would come out to be on support maintenance, roughly totaling $6,435,000. This is part of the operating budget. It's also part of the Information Technology Fund and the other departments' funds. So the ask is a motion approving payment of various software hardware maintenance agreements for fiscal 23-24 with multiple vendors across all city departments for an annual cost not to exceed $6.4 million. Happy to take any questions.
Questions, Councilmember Escudero.
So is the ask to give that authority to the city manager, or is the ask to have the process be where the council would authorize that request?
The ask is to authorize the payment and to allow the city manager to execute on those agreements.
Okay. Not the city manager to execute on the agreements, not to authorize a payment. The payment part would be the council.
So this motion, and we'll bring this back at the end, but the motion is that this list of payments and various software, hardware, maintenance agreements would go forward from the committee to council for approval in terms of the list of the agreements, but then that would authorize the city manager, like we would do with any other agreements, it authorizes the city manager to execute those agreements with council's approval.
And these are not new agreements.
Right.
These are our ongoing maintenance agreements that have already been approved through council authority, but because they're annual maintenance agreements, we need the council to authorize the annual payment every year. So if we ever bring a new piece of software or a new piece of equipment, then you guys authorize it through a special action. That would then get added to this list next year, and then you're just authorizing the payment for the annual maintenance agreements. That's all this item is doing.
So Scott, you only need the 6.4, you don't need the 35,000 with that?
Well, 75,000 always helps, Councilmember, but 6.4 million.
6.4, 35.
Oh, okay. $6,435,813.
Thank you. We can find another place for that 35 if you don't need it.
And again, we'll take this motion at the end of when we bundle them all together. We have a wrap-up slide that'll take all motions that were being proposed during these workshops.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. I do have a question. What was our last year's budget for this? Do we know?
Roughly 5% less than this number.
5%. So this is a 5% increase over last year. Okay.
Yeah. It varies by each department.
Mm-hmm. But we're roughly.
And each
about
department is responsible for providing the most accurate number possible. We just do the consolidation and then present to you.
Okay.
I have another question.
Yes, Councilmember Escudero.
So I apologize to belabor this, but we've had several service agreements. The life of these agreements varied, and now we're proposing to capture them under one list, one authority annually. So will the end of life for all these agreements jive with that plan?
No, we started this process a few years ago so that we were being more transparent with the amount of software that we're actually utilizing, because they used to just be in various department budgets as line items that would never be kind of seen, right? So now we've developed this process to approve them here during this special presentation so you guys knew what you were approving. So some fall on, some come off throughout the periods of time. They do not all line up in days. Their payments happen during different points of the year. But they, if we say we have a new application that we want, we would come to council, authorize that one, the old one would come off, and the new one would come onto this list. That's how the process works.
Okay, so we will continue to approve them as appropriate, as the time span necessitates, but this action just collects them all in one repository so they're more organized and more transparent.
Correct.
To us and to the
Correct.
general public. Okay, that was smart to do so. And how many are we talking about again?
In this case, there's over 200 software
Wow.
applications.
Okay,
They're on this list right here.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members or committee members? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next presentation, or we're still on the same one? Next one, right? Okay, it's the revenue, revenue maintenance fee increase presentation, correct?
Yes. So this is another collaborative presentation that we provide in coordination with the Finance Department in regards to just annually showcasing a document that we update every year. And then each department, including Finance, will go over any potential fee increases that are being proposed or recommended at some point in the upcoming fiscal year. So the first part of the presentation is to give you some background in regards to a document that the Finance Department updates on the annual basis, referred to as the Revenue Manual. This documentation is a comprehensive list of all of the city revenues that we collect across all city departments. The document literally goes through each revenue, provides the legal authority of what established the revenue, whether that's something in our municipal code, a resolution, some state, federal law that established the fee, and it provides that breakdown, as well as providing an overview of 5-year history of what's been collected under that revenue, and provides a summary synopsis to explain any variances between any changes over that 5-year trend history. So with our last audited financial reports being the fiscal year ending 21-22, we have updated the revenue manual to capture that 5-year history up through that fiscal year. It's posted on our city public page under City Finance Department, and then under the budget financial reports, and we've provided a link on the presentation slide that will direct you to that updated document. So this is just a summary of one of the examples of the revenue that is showcased in the manual. We selected the utility user tax. Again, we just provided you kind of a snip of the section that again provides the authority that governed the revenue collection, as well as providing a summary description of what established the revenue and the background of the revenue, where it gets accounted for in the city's funds. And then, as I mentioned, it provides the 5-year actuals as well as any variances between that 5-year trend. And then lastly, there's a nice graph that provides that overview, and then, as I mentioned, provides an analysis that explains what triggered any changes, significant changes to the variance over that 5-year period. So before I go on to the fee changes that will be proposed, I wanted to stop to make sure there's no questions on the revenue manual.
Any questions from council members?
So when the fees go up, according to Bill, is it going to reflect substantially on this chart next?
Correct, and ideally in the variance analysis that would be provided, we would ensure that it captures that there was a fee increase, what authorized the fee increase, and that would all be captured in the manual.
Excuse me, it was Will, sorry.
No worries.
Okay.
All right, so the first proposal that I will capture is actually within the Finance Department, and we are recommending to increase our delinquency notice fees. To give you some background in regards to this fee, so back in 2014, this just acknowledges that the City Council adopted the current fee schedule that captures these specific fees related to the delinquency for our utilities. I do want to acknowledge that even though, again, it references that this came before Council in 2014, the fee had already been established, and this fee has actually been in place with no changes over the last 20 years. So again, it's something that we just, again, have not come before council to update. But again, I do want to acknowledge that it has been in place for over a 20-year period. And right there captures what the current fee schedule is. And one thing I do want to acknowledge in regards to what these fee types represent. So in regards to the disconnect notice, this would apply when we send the customer a notice letter, which does trigger postage, mailing of those documents to our customers if their account is delinquent for 60 days or more, and potentially, again, making them aware of our shutoff process in regards to water shutoff. The second fee, referred to as the delinquent reminder, this actually was in place when COVID occurred because we were unable to shut water services. But again, it was just another trigger of notification to our customers in regards to notifying them of the delinquency. And again, even though we didn't disconnect, it was more just ensuring to trigger a notification to make them aware of the delinquency and ensuring that they notify the city so that we can coordinate a payment arrangement to address at least some payment activity on their account. And then the last fee notice that's on there is what's referred to as the disconnect notice 48-hour door hanger fee. And this is related to where it gets to the point where water shutoff is going to occur. We actually work with the water department where an actual door hanger is put on the customer's residence to notify them of shutoff if payment is not made within that time period. So ideally, these fees should capture the cost recovery that it takes for the city to, again, address getting the notices sent out, the mailing cost, and printing that the city incurs. And then, as mentioned in regards to the 48-hour door notice, there are labor costs involved in regards to the efforts that are made to address the door hanger notice that's provided to the customer.
Is there an average utility bill that you all figure that? I'm just curious what the average utility bill is. And you may not have that now. And the reason why I ask that is then is the $30 really too much for some? That's all. You don't have to get into the weeds of that today, but just curious.
We actually will have a presentation at Economic Development because we are actually proposing changing our utility billing assistance program, and we'll have all of that information provided.
Thank you.
All right, so on the delinquency notice fee, again, the goal and the objective of this fee is to, at the minimum, collect the cost of service that's being incurred by the city in regards to addressing these notices that are being provided to the customer. Again, it's not meant to act as a penalty, but again, to somehow incentivize the customer to ensure that they're paying, or as I mentioned, establish a payment plan arrangement with the city to alleviate those delinquent notices from occurring. Again, there's a variety of various notice fees that do occur in regards to the mailing of these notices. We try as much as possible to try to send these notices. We color code the paper a certain way just to, again, alert the customer of the importance of paying their utility bill to alleviate water shutoff from occurring. And then, as I mentioned, this fee has not been raised for the last 20 years. Sorry. So I also wanted to capture just kind of what some of the surrounding cities, as well as some of the comparable cities that we used in regards to what they charge in regards to these delinquent notice fees. So again, just to kind of give a ballpark, some of the smaller cities do charge a small fee, but as you can see for some of the others, it is ranging in between the $20, $35 range, with the city of Patterson being $45. So the recommendation that's being proposed is to increase the delinquent notice fee to $30. Again, we've looked at what the costs that have been incurred in regards to the increases regarding printing, postage, mailing cost, as well as the staff time to address the delivery of any of those notices related to the door hanger. So based on doing the analysis of what those fees are, we feel that the proposed increase gives a more reasonable estimate in regards to the cost recovery that's being incurred to address these specific type of notices. We would still come before council to request official notice, but the recommendation would be to make it effective July 1st if it is recommended and moved forward to council. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Council Member Scudio-Britt.
Thank you. It's understandable that there is a cost bared by the city to provide these services and these notices, printing, all those things you've already articulated. But obviously there is a situation going on where the consumer is unable to pay for one reason or other, despite how good of an effort we've tried to relate to them that they're not in good standings and that they need to do such. So that being said, how successful have we been in providing and in issuing a fee, whether $10 or $30, in that really working as an incentive for them to pay highly likely the water fee that is greater than, I'm sure, $10 or $30. So has applying that fee been effective?
It has been effective, and just to also mention the fees that we do collect from using the disconnect fee as an example, is what's also used to fund our utility billing assistance program. So we have been, with the efforts that have been made with even the $10 fee and the other fees that have been established, it has been a means to ensure that the customers do pay in regards to their bill. Now, as you mentioned, there's other customers that are just unable to pay the bill. And, there are instances where, the staff as well as the management within that area do evaluate customers' payment history and whether, we evaluate whether some of these fees do get waived, as well as, again, trying to incentivize them to get on some level of payment plan, because as long as they make a payment on their account, these fees will not be applied. But again, we try to use every means possible to, again, minimize and ensure that their water is not shut off.
So can you anecdotally tell me how effective this is 25% of the time, 50% of the time, 75% of the time, issuing a fee gets them to pay even in part the back?
If it's okay, I'm going to actually bring up my utility billing manager, Jenny Martin, and I'm sure she can probably give a more background in regards to the effectiveness.
Good afternoon. So right now with the $10 fee, what's happening is that customers are using that as a means to notify them to start paying attention to pay their bill. So since it's only been this $10 for so long, a lot of people are living by the notice, right? So they might get 12 notices a year. They might get one every single month. And so it is incentivizing them to contact us and to make arrangements or make a payment. The part of the goal behind the increase is to keep them from even having to get that notice, right? So like when it's $30 instead of $10, you're more likely to call and be keeping in regular touch with us to keep arrangements on your account instead of waiting until you get that notice. So it's kind of a twofold thing.
And so you're proposing the increase because you've known this approach has worked in other municipalities?
In some of the research that we did when we did the survey with surrounding cities, that's a little bit of what we talked to them about. How have you found, what's your collection? Do you find that you've collected more using this higher fee? So I think it's a subjective because it kind of depends on the community that it's happening in. And what their customer base is and what their overall payment history already is. There is some success rate with it, but I wouldn't be able to say like, oh, it's 50% or 75%. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I know in our conversations with them, it does help to incentivize the customer to make payment or contact the city.
I will leave it be. I'm uncertain how I feel about this because we're dealing with a sensitive, volatile financial situation already. So I don't know by increasing the fees on this already bad situation is going to make it any better.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling a bit unsure about the proposal. But thank you for your responses.
Yeah, I can understand that because part of it in doing this research too is considering how it's going to affect the customer.
Sure.
And it's just one of those things that, we look at the fees every year to try to see, is there anything that we do potentially need to do cost recovery on? And this was kind of in our review list this year. So that's the background on it.
Thank you.
So let me ask you a question real quick. So basically, we want to get their attention. So if we get their attention and they call and say, hey, I'm 2 months behind and I really want to get on some kind of a payment plan so I can get caught up down the road, we have the ability then to waive the fee, correct?
Exactly.
So this is more of a wake-up call. You're behind and you need to contact us so we can help you get caught up. And then at that same time, we can, look at lowering the fee or waiving the fee or whatever we need to do to help them, correct?
Yeah, it's a tool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my next question is, what's our revenue? Do you know what our annual revenue is on the current fee right now, how much we get in?
We average about 2.9 million in revenues.
On the fee itself, on the late fee?
Well, it's the $10 and also the late charge.
Okay.
So all of those kind of get thrown into one bucket as like all of our delinquent penalty fees.
Okay.
So there's the late charge, which is $10 or 1.5%, and then there's the disconnect notice charges.
Okay.
So all those get lumped into one. So all those together, we collect about 2.9 million.
Okay.
And then all of that's used to fund the utility billing assistance program.
So do you think that this will probably maybe reduce the amount of fees we collect because it will get their attention, or do you think it's probably going to increase?
We think initially it's going to increase at least the first year or so as people adjust to it. But it'll be one of those things we'll kind of have to wait and see. We do think it will have some slight increase based on our estimations.
Okay, and then do we give a discount if they go on automatic pay off of their credit card or through check or anything?
We don't currently, no.
Okay, and do we give a discount if they pay, say, like a year in advance?
No, we don't do that either. I know not too long before I started, which was like 2005, there was a program where we had an annual discount if you paid annually, but I'm not sure all the history, but we don't do that anymore.
Okay.
We haven't for some time.
And what has been our clients that are on monthly big check plan or a credit card plan, have we seen a decrease in the delinquency because of being on a credit card or check plan?
Yes, autopay definitely helps with reduced delinquency because it's guaranteed that it's coming out of their account every month, so it keeps them current. It's really hard to get behind on that because you'd have to have a returned payment, and then we have a whole process where we notify you. If you get returned twice, we take you off that autopay program, and you have to have so much time of making payments again before you get re-enrolled. So it does help, and we do try to encourage our customers to get on autopay. But obviously, that's not something that works for everyone because some people, a lot of our customers are living paycheck to paycheck, and so they can't do something like where something's going to be taken out on an exact day every month. But
okay, and I wonder if it'd be something we might want to look at for give a discount, because if they get on an auto pay, there again, it reduces our delinquencies. And now we have the revenue coming in, so having a $5 discount or whatever. I know a lot of industries, like in the insurance industry, if they go on a big check plan or off a credit card, there is a $2 or $3 savings by going on that plan, and also having the availability for the customer to choose the date they want it to come out. It really helps in their budgeting instead of coming out on the 1st if it came out on the 15th. I have some properties that I pay once a month, I pay bills on, and it seems like every once in a while I get behind on a utility bill from the City of Modesto because just the way the cycle is. When I pay my bills, I'm maybe 1 or 2 days late because I pay it on the 1st, but it was due on the 29th, which causes me to have a delinquency, or I get a charge $10 or whatever for being late. Having the ability to say, I want that to come out on the 5th of the month off of a credit card or off a check really helps in my budgeting, and it would help with our maybe less delinquencies. So that's something that we might want to look at.
I know one issues that we've had with being able to modify people's payment cycle is because of how outdated our utility billing system is. And then in regards to the discount, again, it's something that we'll explore. The challenge is there's a lot of restrictions on how we can apply discounts, knowing that it's coming from utility ratepayers. We've tried to initiate programs where we worked with actually one of our vendors to solicit a raffle to hopefully incentivize customers to be able to raffle off a gift card if they enrolled into autopay. I mean, we did get some increases, but not to the magnitude that we were hoping. But we'll research and look into it
because
further.
you're saving on printing, and you're
100%
saving on postage. There's probably $1.50 right there we're saving on, and also staff time. So I think that's something that I would like to see us look at, and it might help us in bringing down the delinquencies. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes. On the 2.9 mil, how many utility users do we have? That's one question. And then the second one is, are we doing anything to let them know of some of the help agencies that would help with the utility bill, like CVOC? I mean, are we actually giving them information that they can get help outside of, the source that they've used and have come up short with?
Currently, we have a little over 75,000 utility customers. We do work with CVOC in regards to allowing them to submit their applications to enroll in our utility billing assistance program. And then again, I want to commend Jenny and her team. They do a significant amount of outreach in regards to partnering with a lot of the communities, a lot of the events that across the city, whether it be Earth Day or some of the events that happen at some of our community centers and senior centers. They 100% make staff available, and we go out there as much as we can to promote not only the city's utility billing assistance program, as well as the state assistance programs that have been offered due to COVID and other opportunities that come up.
Thank you, Deanna, and thank you. I don't know her name, but thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions from council members? Is Councilmember Ricky on the line still? Scotty?
I don't think he came back.
He's not back yet. I just will make sure I don't miss if he's got his hand up. He's not on? Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, Alsa, I should be looking over here. I'm always used to look at Scotty. So, okay, thank you.
All right, I'll turn it over to CD.
Welcome.
Thank you, Finance Committee. So the fee that I will be going over today is the development user fees. So by resolution 2011-106 and then later amended by 2020-407, it allows staff to provide an annual inflationary adjustment to our development user fees. And a development user fees is usually captured at building permit issuance, and it includes building fees, planning fees, capital facility fees, land development engineering, water and sewer connection fees, as well as fire and landscaping plan fees. This annual adjustment is based on the San Francisco Bay Area Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index through the month of December of the preceding year. Whew, that was a mouthful.
Say
Sorry,
that
guys.
5 times.
I know. I can't. So essentially, the adjustment is effective on July 1st each year. The annual construction cost index inflationary adjustment is considered for this next fiscal year, and this year it is 8.4%. So here's a little bit of a history on the fees. So from 2011 to 2019, we only increased it once by 5%. In 2019, through the Comprehensive Fees Task Force recommendation, we increased the fees by 3.49%. There was no fee increase in 2020, but the CCI was 5.7%. In 2021, we did do a 2.1% increase. 22, we had a 9.19, and then we are proposing the 8.4% for this year. So the development user authority is above, and so this outlines in our municipal code what's considered or what a permit fee is, as well as what are plan checking fees. And then these really are the resolutions. Again, Resolution 2011 established the nexus for fees imposed by each land use, and then that nexus was amended in 2020. And then the other portion that allows us to do this fee each year is through the 2011-106, which has the annual review and approval of all the capital facility fees, and then allows for the annual review and approval of all the development user fees and inflationary adjustments, excuse me. So the fiscal impact varies significantly for each category and is based on what development does occur. And the additional funding for the fee recommendations would increase revenue to our general fund, our wastewater capacity fees fund, and our capital facilities fees fund. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding these fees.
Any questions from council members?
So if that is approved, then from 2011 to now, it would have increased 13.4%?
It would be yes. Actually, last year it was 9.19%, so there has been a little bit more than that.
So the 9 plus the 8?
Correct.
17?
So last year overall it was a 9.19% 9% increase. And so this year's proposed increase is 8.4%.
Plus the 9, so 17.5 almost, yes?
So that the 9, yes, the 9 went into effect July 1st, 2021.
And so we wanted
And so we're looking at for July 1st, 2023.
to add another 8.4.
And so this would be towards the building permit costs, essentially, or the planning permit costs. And last year, when we were doing kind of review of the fees, we did see similar jurisdictions, both Riverbank, Stanislaus County, I think the city of Ceres as well, has a similar inflationary update that's made on their developer user fees each year.
Go ahead.
Where does the 9.19 and today's 8.4% proposal come from? Is it an automatic formula based on inflation? Or how does one calculate that?
So it's calculated by, it's the engineering news record, and it's considered the construction cost index. And so essentially it measures how much the purchase of the hypothetical package of goods is compared from the base year to this year. And it takes into account material costs as well as labor costs. And then it comes up with this inflationary increase of what it was, and what we measure is the last week of December from year to year.
So it's down to basics. Why we're proposing this 8.4% increase is because just to transfer our costs of increased labor expenditure and material. I mean,
It would be an inflationary increase, and so it does help offset some of the staff costs associated with the building permits, correct?
What's the, on a normal home that's being built, what are we looking at in the way of dollars in this increase?
I'm gonna have to come back and research. It really depends on if it's within a community facilities district or if it's not within a community facilities district, because there sometimes is a one-time tax within those. Traditionally, I'm seeing around 45 to 50,000, but I'd have to come back with that number for you.
45 to 50,000.
And that is encompassed of not just city fees, but that's the county public facility fees as well as the school fees.
Okay, yeah, I would like to see those numbers. You know, right now, building is, as you know, has come to almost to a stop because of the economy. And putting more fees on our builders to increase housing that we really need, is this going to further actually decrease our housing? And I'm really concerned about that, especially when we really don't have land to build on, because we're pretty well locked in. We can go north a little bit and we can go east, but south and west is pretty well non-existent at this time. So I am really concerned about, is this going to make developers realize that Modesto's not a place to build? They need to go to other cities. So really concerned about that, Jessica.
Absolutely.
I would like to see us be a place where our fees are maybe a little bit lower than the rest of the communities around us, so that we would have be a better appetite for our builders to say, hey, we want to build in Modesto.
Absolutely. So a couple of things, Chairperson Wright. Many of our fees are actually subsidized by our general fund, and so we're not charging full cost recovery to many of the fees. One specific fees being, installing a water heater. And so we don't charge the full cost of what it costs for someone to actually review the plans and inspect that. And then secondly is we did go through our comprehensive fees task force in 2017 through 2019. And the recommendations after that task force was really to launch into another comprehensive fees task force in alignment with our general plan update. And so right now we're trying to look at what that timing would be, which would be a huge overview of all the developer user fees for the city and have the comparisons to other cities in our area as well.
Yeah, and I would like to see if the general fund is subsidizing some of those fees, I would like to see the breakdown so we could, really see that even with the 8.4%, our fees are still much lower than the cities around us and everything. So
I can get that to you.
We want to build. We will.
Okay.
Go ahead.
May I?
Yes,
Okay,
ladies
okay,
first.
Thank you very much. It's the fees per building, correct?
When I said the 45 to 50,
No, just the user fee that we're speaking about,
it'd be per building permit.
per building permit.
Correct.
And a building permit is issued for the
For each
construction of a
individual
building.
property. Mhm,
property.
yes, yes.
And does that include an ADU?
Yes, it would be included with an ADU.
Okay. Are there any exceptions to this fee, perhaps income-based or?
So there is one exception to one specific fee. It's called the capital facility fees, where we do offer exemptions for low-income residents, as well as if you build an ADU that's lesser than 750 square feet, they are not assessed a capital facility fee.
Beautiful, thank you.
One of our ARPA programs as well is for the deferral and waiver of our wastewater capacity, our water connection, and our capital facility fees to help offset that initial cost as well.
It's a deferral, but it's not a.
So the recent revolving loan fund that got approved includes a waiver of a portion of it and then a deferral of the remainder. So the waiver would be 35% and then the other portion would be deferred.
Okay.
Yes. So Jessica, if this is approved, when would it come into effect?
It would be effective July 1st.
July 1st. So if it does get approved, then we need to tell all the contractors to hurry and get their permits in right away, or it's going to increase 8.4%. That's one. Two, the other question I had, or comment I had, was just about a year and a half ago or so, all of the industry that I'm in, all of our material woods went up 25%. It did drop back down, or dropped down. It didn't drop down to the rate it was, but I don't even think we're even paying at 8% at this point. I think it's at least 12 to 14% back from the 25%. So I can see that this is less than what's out there at this particular time. And yes, it is very difficult to build houses in any climate, but we would prefer you to build in Modesto if you're listening. And the other point I wanted to make was I would certainly hope that we're not going to increase it again in 24-25, because we just increased it 22-23, and now we're increasing it again 23-24. So there's got to be a cap somewhere along the line.
We'll have that conversation next year.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Well, wait a minute.
Oops, sorry.
So I would like to see what would happen if we deferred this for 1 year. What's the impact going to be to our building, impact to the fees, if it's going to cost the general fund more money? I'd be really curious to see what that impact is. I want to do everything we can to encourage development here in Modesto, especially on the housing issue. We hit every week when we have a council meeting on affordable housing. And housing is not affordable anymore, and this is making it less of unaffordable. So I would like to see what the impact would be.
Lastly, how many permits do we have right now that are in the office?
I can get that information and bring it back to you guys.
And this would also affect Tivoli subdivision. Right now, it's getting ready to go forward.
It would affect all future building permits.
Any other questions or comments from committee members? No? Seeing none? Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, thank you.
Parks and Recreation.
Good afternoon, Chair Wright, members of the Finance Committee and City Council, Lori Smith, Director of Park. Am I operating this or are you? Okay. Director of Parks. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods. Today we're going to talk about several fees that our department benefits from. First, we'll talk a little bit about parks and facility rental fees. We'll talk about our golf green fees, at the Modesto Center Plaza, fees at the Mansion and Museum, and then I'll close with talking with you about the fund development strategy and implementation plan we recently had completed. So we will start with our park facility and rental fees. So in June of 2021, council approved the cost recovery fee policy and the recreation and facility fees study. And this year, it was a 3-year plan for increases to our facility rentals. And this year, the increase is 5%. And it also provided that the director is authorized to establish recreation program and administrative fees, as well as negotiate facility rental fees. What we are proposing this year is an increase in the Mancini Bowl rental rate. Now, the current resolution provides for that fee to go up to $468 for 4 hours and then $117 for each hour after that. We're proposing and requesting that this committee and the council approve an increase instead to $550 for a 4-hour period and maintain the 1 hour after that at the $117 level. And the purpose for this is to cover the cost of the maintenance of the new seating, which I know you all are aware was just installed with our partnership with Moban, as well as the procurement of a potential new sound system and some other amenity improvements that we'll be doing around Mancini Bowl to continue the enjoyment experience. Not included in today's request, but we will be proposing in the future after we complete our analysis and partnership with other departments is consideration of a $50 application fee as well as a security deposit fee to help offset some of the expenses associated with the processing of those applications. The study I previously referenced, as I said, we're in the 3rd year. It calls for 5% increases. These go into effect on July 1st. Some examples you will see are the Boy Scout Clubhouse. It's currently at $206, goes up to $216. These are very small increases. We'll be looking at this again this year. Obviously, we're glad these rates are so low as they do allow for community usage, but we do have a concern about our ability to cover expenses of maintenance, setup, and tear down. All right, let's talk about golf.
Lori?
Everybody's favorite.
So on the security deposit, they will get that back if everything is correct, yes?
That would be the proposal. At this time, we're just informing you that we'll be looking at it. We are not proposing to adopt that
Okay.
at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll move on to golf. I keep doing this, and back in 2018, the council approved a $2 per round increase with an annual increase of $1 per round for both golf courses, actually all 3 at that time, for a 4-year period. That increase went into effect in 2019. It was not put into effect in 2020 as a result of COVID. In 2021, we took a look at the usage of the remaining golf courses, which was Creekside and Dryden, and implemented the fee at Creekside, not at Dryden, and that was to create some difference in terms of the pricing and generate some usage at Dryden. And the final year, $1 per increase was implemented in 2022. We are not proposing anything at this time, but we will be working with the Citizens Golf Advisory Committee to talk about increases for the coming year. All right, Modesto Center Plaza. We conducted a fee study in 2018. Council adopted a resolution implementing a phased increase. Phase 1 went into effect in 2019. It represented a range of increases between 10 all the way up to 25%, depending upon the size of the room. Of course, COVID delayed the Phase 2 implementation, and it was not implemented until 2021. There has been no increase since then. We are in the process of doing an analysis of comparable facilities in like areas, and we'll be bringing that back to the council for approval. Our historical properties, these have not, fees on these properties have not been increased since 2004. There's a bargain rate at the mansion. You can rent the entire mansion for $1,034 and $97 for each hour thereafter. And the museum also has additional favorable rates. We are also in the process of conducting a comparable facility analysis, and we'll be bringing that back to council for consideration and expect that we will see some increase in facility use rentals for both those facilities.
Lori, one other question. Is there the opportunity of purchasing insurance when they do the rental through the parks?
I didn't hear you.
Is there an opportunity for them, whoever, to purchase insurance when they do the rental from the City of Modesto?
I'm going to look behind me, but I believe we do offer that as part of our rental program, that the city does provide an insurance policy that they can buy for that period of time that they're renting.
Thank you.
So back to the historical properties. Lori, how often are we renting out the historical properties? Do we have a large demand for those?
Yes. I don't have statistics, but I can bring it back when we bring back some information. But the mansion is quite popular. It's quite popular for weddings, for community gatherings, and so is McClatchy Park right across the street. We're currently evaluating what the pricing on that should be. We have a bargain rate right now. If you have an event at the mansion, you can have McClatchy Park for a very low rate that I don't necessarily want to advertise. But we're looking at how can we generate more revenue. It's very popular. The museum is also popular as well. It has a different appeal. But since the American Legion Hall burned, the museum has become a little more favorable because you can get a permit to serve alcohol. Some of our facilities you cannot serve alcohol, such as the senior center or the Boy Scout hut. You can't. Those are no alcohol events.
Would they still have to go through ABC in Stockton for that alcohol permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then, of course, they have to have security as well. So
Correct.
They have to hire security.
Security, correct.
So, David, when you want to renew your vows, we can do that there.
No, those are amazing rates you have, amazing rates. Event centers are very popular, they're often sought out, and an average of $1,000 to secure it. And yours is approximately $1,000 for 4 hours for the mansion, and almost the same for the museum, main floor, and auditorium. Phenomenal. I know you'll come back with more specific numbers, but on an average, a year, what is the range in revenue that we get from renting of, just say, the mansion or the museum?
So I believe the revenue from both facilities is just below $100,000 a year. So I think it's more in the 90.
Okay.
But I'll bring that back.
Interesting.
And I can bring you the numbers as well.
Interesting.
And the interesting thing, especially about the mansion, is because it has some outdoor space, we were able to continue to rent for events when the protocols allowed for outdoor activities. And it was very popular.
So, Lori, I don't see on here, which you should include, I think, is the deposit for these facilities, because the other parks facilities are easier to clean, but this has more, it's more expensive if something goes wrong. So maybe if you can add the deposit amounts on this presentation next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Move on.
All right. So you may recall that last year during the budget presentations, I shared with you that we had secured the services of Barry Dunn to assist in the preparation of a fund development strategy and implementation plan. And at that point, we thought it would take us several months, but it took a good portion of the year. And the goal, they have completed this development strategy and implementation plan. And the goal is to allow for a thoughtful and systematic implementation of a new revenue development strategies, update our existing and outdated methods for generating revenue, and continue to support the parks and recreation rental facilities as well as our recreation programming. So some of the recommendations that came out of the study were in 7 different categories. strategic visioning and branding, our partnerships with local neighborhood associations as well as foundations, sponsorship opportunities in our facilities, our connection with tourism, economic impact, and visitorship. Taking another look at our cost recovery and revenue generation opportunities. How are we currently operating? What is our organizational structure, staffing, our leadership and management? And all of these things we are involved in at this time. And this study gives us an opportunity to take a really deep dive and come back to council with some recommendations. And so during the next fiscal year, we'll be bringing back some recommendations on how to make the components from this study in tandem with the completion of the Measure H improvements and projects with a new, did I not change again? Sorry. A new naming rights policy, a new sponsorship philanthropy policies, new fundraising policies, a marketing plan, more information and appealing online presence, administration, support and staffing, and then, of course, recreation and facility cost recovery study and analysis. Our goal here is to make it clear that while we are so grateful for the revenue generated by Measure H, there's still opportunity in parks, recreation, and neighborhoods to generate a revenue stream that supports the programs and activities that we provide and creates a revenue stream that helps us to continue to do that. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'm just laughing at this thing.
Thank you, Lori.
Question? Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, Bill Sandy, Public Works Director. We do have some proposed airport fees increases. Airport is an enterprise fund, does not receive any assistance from general fund, so it's has 134 hangars and some rental cars and some fuel facilities and some FPOs, which is do the repair work at our airport. So last time, last fees were increased in 2020 by resolution 2020-350. So next 2 years after that, during COVID years, the fees were not increased. They were kind of put on hold because of COVID. So this will be our first fee increase proposal after COVID. And the proposed fee is per CPI, which is, the Western region CPI, which is 6.2% increase. If council approves it, it will go into effect on July 1st. And our facilities, we provide one of the greatest facilities, hangars, and well-maintained facilities, and the vacancy rate is pretty low. Even in these current times, the vacancy rate is pretty low. I think we only have 5 hangars available at this point, which is about 3.6% vacancy on our hangars. So our proposal is 6.2%. This item was discussed at Airport Advisory Committee, AAC, and there was not any major opposition to the rate increase because we let the rate increase go by for 2 years. Be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Bill, what's the current rate for a hangar right now?
Yeah, there's no fee structure on this.
This it varies, and I think on the low end they are about mid-50s, and high end.
Excuse me, how much?
Mid-50s.
$50?
$50 around. I don't have an exact number, but it's around mid-50s. The high end, about those FPOs could be around 2,000.
About 2,000, and that's for the big hangars for the jets or twin engines or whatever?
Yeah, those are for repair shops.
Okay, the shops.
Right.
Okay. And you said the Airport Advisory Committee, have they looked at, what's their recommendation?
Yes, it was discussed at the Airport Advisory Committee. Since it's only advisory committee, there was not any major opposition, and most of them were pretty agreeable with the rate increase.
Okay. So does the revenue from the Tesla offset any of these charges or any of these fees?
Those are, we wanted to make sure airport infrastructure is sustainable long-term. We wanted to stay with market analysis. So those revenues also go into airport fund. And as we discussed, that airport is also a facility and economic that can be used for economic development purposes for the city. And some of the proposal we're bringing to council is for some of those Tesla's revenues is also to look into expansion of airport for maybe freight, runway, that to extend the runway that can, you can have some freight providers that bring the freight to Modesto, and also that some bigger jets can land. So there are some proposals for Tesla revenues. Also, we utilize those to balance the budget also.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Any other questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, committee. This is Will Wong, Utilities Director. So with this, I'm going to provide a water rates update for this upcoming year. So regarding water rates were required to legally recover the cost of service to operate the enterprise. The water rates will also fund 100% the operations and capital improvement projects needed to provide safe and reliable drinking water for all our ratepayers. One note, the utilities department is 100% reliant on utility funds and does not receive any general fund or any Measure H funds. So I just want to make sure that is clear as well too. Our water rates are needed to also maintain the city's financial policies, also maintaining bond council's recommended debt coverage ratio, which is very important for us if we needed to secure alternative funding, and then also maintain return earnings or reserves. Right now, it's a minimum of 25%, but for water operations, it's a lot higher than that. Water rates schedules typically span 5 years, and the city, as I mentioned before, is in the process of updating its water rates, which requires a Proposition 218 ballot process in order for council to approve rates. So current water rates were adopted back in August of 2016. As you can see in the table, we had a significant rate increase in the very beginning of 25%, followed by an 11%. And what council adopted was a schedule of 3.9% in fiscal year 2018-19 through 2020-2021. But with shifting of a couple city priorities, as well as seeing higher than expected revenues, the city staff did recommend and council did adopt a lower rate increase of 6% in April of 2020 and a 2% increase in October 2021. So just as a note, under Proposition 218, the recommendations that we make are the maximum amount that staff can charge for the utility rate increases. We can go lower, but then these are just the maximums. So staff is completing a 5-year rate study, which we will be presenting to EDC on May 1st. We updated our capital improvement program, revising revenue requirements, projected operational and maintenance costs due to inflationary increases, and we revised our water fund budget performance. We are going to be presenting various rate scenarios that we looked at in order to meet regulatory requirements, operational needs, and impacts to the ratepayers. Right now, a typical single-family residential is charged about $67.13 based on 1,500 cubic feet of water used. A cubic foot is 748 gallons. So if you take 748 gallons times 15, that's what our average customer uses per month for water at their homes. We completed an engineering study, engineer's report study, which actually outlines our capital program as part of the 5-year rate study that we performed. And I mentioned before, we will be taking this to EDC in May 1st. We'll be bringing the Proposition 218 recommendations on June 6th or June 20th, and then we will probably have a council hearing in August.
Hey, Will, can you repeat that again? 758?
Gallons. 748 gallons is
48?
100 cubic feet.
And they use how many cubic?
15.
15.
Yeah, 15 units. So 1 unit is 100 cubic feet, which is 748 gallons.
Thank you.
All right. We had talked about this earlier, storm drain rates. So again, we have to charge storm drain rates, or we'd like to charge storm rates to recover our cost of service, but under Proposition 218, you need to have a positive vote rather than a protest vote to raise rates. And again, storm drain fund is required to meet cost of service. Unfortunately, as we continue to maintain our revenues pretty static, our costs continue to increase, which could affect our level of service, and we could potentially see more flooded streets just based on the fact that we have limited funds in storm drain. However, we are awaiting a decision under Senate Bill 231, which does classify stormwater as a sewage. So at some point, if we're able to raise rates under a sewage designation, then we might be able to see a revenue increase in storm drain. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are any questions from council members?
And you said, I'm still stuck on this, that 748 gallons and 15, is that average?
Yes,
Is that a
that's average.
three-bedroom? That's
Yeah.
average for 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom? Put it all together and you average it out? Or?
That's our average residential customer usage. So you can have 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, or a 3-bathroom, 2 baths. You could have 2 people in the home, you can have 10 people in the home. Our average water demands are about 15 units of water per home.
Unbelievable.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we have an active conservation program.
Yes, Councilman? Okay. Yeah, I have a couple questions or comments. Number one, has MID raised their rates to us?
Yes, MID just recently raised their raw water rate, so we'll see a minor increase in our treated surface water costs.
So that's one of the reasons why we're looking at an increase in water rates due to MID?
Part of our operational costs and maintenance costs have increased, and the water rates are supposed to cover the cost of service. So whatever we can do, we should be trying to recover all our water-related costs through water rates.
And I would be curious to, I don't know how we could do this, but find out if our water increase if our water usage have increased because of the new trash pickup of having to rinse out plastics and whatever before. I would be curious to see if we see any kind of an increase in water usage because of that. I don't know how you figure that, but maybe it might take 6 months or 8 months. And I know we've had a lot of rain, so yards are not being watered like they used to. But maybe going forward, beginning into summertime, I would be curious to see if our water usage goes up because of our disposal issues that we have.
Agreed. This is an unprecedented year right now, so water usage is not average. So, but we do continue to monitor this on a monthly basis.
Right, great. If no other questions, we'll move on to grant status presentation.
All right, good afternoon. Deanna Christensen, Director of Finance. I'm going to kick it off. So the goal and the expectation of this presentation is to give the departments an opportunity to highlight the grant applications and awards that were received during the current fiscal year, as well as showcasing the potential grant applications that they potentially intend to apply to for the upcoming fiscal year 23-24. It's not working. So to kick it off, I will turn it over to Jessica.
So the first grant under CED is in regards to our affordable housing and homelessness. And so here it talks about the HUD grants the city receives. And so the first one is our annual entitlement funds, CDBG, home, and ESG. This is on an annual basis and will bring forward to council in May. The next one is the HUD CARES and HUD ARP. These are funding that the city received in conjunction with COVID. This is funding that we are still spending now. Our ESGCV is almost already spent, and our home ARP may come for an upcoming project soon. The permanent local housing allocation is a similar entitlement type funding, but is from the state of California. And you guys recently approved round or year 3, which was just a little bit above 1.6 million. The next 3 grants are in partnership with our planning division, and so the local early action plan was to accelerate housing production, and that helped pay for our housing plan. It's also assisting for our housing element and our Southwest Modesto plan. REAP is going to assist our general plan update that we received. This is an allocation we received directly from StanCog. SB2 planning grant, again, was also to assist with funding from the state to process improvements for housing production, and we received $625,000. Last year as well, we had 2 Project Home Key applications, one just a little under $4 million for 1208 9th Street, and one just a little above $1.5 million for 112 James Street. We were able to add 21 units of affordable housing with that Project Home Key. Next up is the HSIP. This is an assistance with Caltrans to reduce the fatalities and serious injuries funded by the local safety plan. CMAQ was for Pellendale Phase 2 and totaling $1.2 million, and this was at the pass-through through StanCog. Most recently, the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Grant is this one specifically here is for the Archway Commons project. So this project's currently within design. The city received $10 million to really do traffic improvements along 9th Street from the Archway Commons project all the way down to L. A cannabis equity grant, we did receive type 1 over the last year, which was $75,000, which helped really tear us into phase 2, which will be on a future slide. And then we had federal and state earmarks, one for our Camp to Home program, federally from Congressman Harder to assist with rapid rehousing, and a state earmark for $5 million for the County Islands project. Next up is the Cannabis Equity Type 2 grant, which council most recently accepted in the amount of $350,000. We are working on an RFP for the consultant for this one. There's a Cal App Plus grant, and this is funding to assist local governments in California with establishing online automated solar permitting. So we've used our Track It system and has been able to receive $100,000. The A64 on this table is for a grant that we recently applied for that recently went to council for the project on 7th and J Street. And so this is the I Street improvements along 9th, Nellie Avenue, and then the locomotive. The encampment resolution funding is a grant, again, recently approved by council for the city to actually submit to support our housing development and homeless individuals with both outreach, shelter, and permanent housing. Last up, which we hope to apply for this year, which will hopefully be coming to council soon, is Project Home Key 3.0. So 3.0 of Project Home Key has been released. We have a potential project in mind that we're looking to bring forward within the next month or so. Oops. So some that we're looking for the next year, one is the transformative climate communities. This is to help underserved communities with different sort of economic development opportunities. So we're looking at it as a way to help implement our downtown master plan and also a funding source to help with the implementation of our Southwest Modesto plan, which is currently in progress. Another exciting one we're looking to apply for over the next fiscal year is the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Programs, or CRISI. This is to assist with quiet zones. And so staff's continuing to look at quiet zones to ensure that we are ready to submit an application once this funding opportunity is actually released. Last up is REAP 2.0, which is the Regional Early Action Plan grants. This is funding that StanCo receives directly, but they've allocated certain funding directly to jurisdictions. So as a city, we're expecting a little under $700,000 to help accelerate our progress towards our housing goals. combining the infrastructure improvements, and could be potentially for a quiet zone project as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions for the CED grants.
Any questions from council members? No, sir. Go ahead.
What would be the likely amount for the Transformative Climate Communities grant?
From what I've seen, it's a maximum of 900,000 for jurisdiction, but 300,000 per like type of category. And so we'd have to figure out if we're in the planning stage or the implementation or final. So it could range from 300 to 900.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question, Jessica. Guide us through the process on your grant process. In other words, do you have staff that's out there looking at what grants are available? How does that all come about?
So I don't have dedicated staff who are looking directly at grants, but I do have staff who are a part of and aware of what's coming down on the federal level and what's coming down on the state level. So many of the state funding sources, such as Project Home Key, we were aware were in the pipeline, and we were looking for eligible projects that we could possibly submit for this grant, you know, as it did become available. So a lot of the times we are aware of certain grants that may come out and are thinking of projects kind of on the front end, even before the grant applications are released.
So do you feel by not having a person their job is to look for grants, or you feel like you might be missing some grants out there?
I think that, you know, we've recently implemented a grant management software that has been really essential and helpful to my staff that really shows kind of the overall grants that could be applied for. I think the part of it is we can apply for a lot of grants, but then we have to ensure that we have the staffing to actually implement those grants if and when they're received. So at this time, I think my staffing levels are good for it, but I'm always willing to explore more grant opportunities.
Yeah, I would be, like I said, there are a lot of grants out there, and I would be in favor of looking at having a person that would really look for grants, maybe in different departments, one person for 3 or 4 different departments that could really home in on grants that we could use here in the city to help in areas that we really need help in. So I think that's something to look to for the future. So,
thank you.
If no other questions, we'll move on. Thank you. Modesto Fire Department.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee. My name is Kevin Wise. I'm Assistant Chief with the Modesto Fire Department. See if we go the right way here. There we go. First, I'll talk about our current grants that we have. In 2021, we were awarded a SAFER grant for 9 firefighter positions. These were for relief firefighter positions that we use to fill vacancies, or when someone is off, they can fill that without us having to fill it with overtime, fill those positions. What was unique about this SAFER grant, it was during COVID, and these 9 positions will be 100% covered, full weight of cost for 3 years. Normally with the SAFER grant, it's part of a match. It'll be 75% the first year, 55% the second year, and 35% the third year. And the reason they rate it like that is they want to kind of wean you off the grant when you have to start paying the full loaded cost of those firefighters. So very unique during COVID. We got those positions covered 100% till 2024. Typical grant, and usually we get this grant every year, is the CAL FIRE grant. This helps us with our wildland apparatus or equipment that we would typically purchase anyway, so it's a 50-50 match. And generally, we apply for this grant every year, and we're currently applying for this right now as we speak. And the Assistance to Firefighter grant, we weren't awarded. We applied for equipment through the Assistance to Firefighter grant. Our grants that we're looking to in the future, the current one that we've just applied for was our Emergency Vehicle Replacement Grant through the air pollution. This grant is their intent is to get us to get older diesel engines off the road and buy newer equipment. So we're applying for some of our older equipment so we can get that replaced. Again, as I just spoke to, our CAL FIRE grant is generally an ongoing grant each year. And again, we will be applying again to the assistance of firefighter grants for equipment, and we'll also be applying for another safer grant for fire positions. And that's the end of our grant report for fire department.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions from council members?
I grant not.
See none? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is police department.
Yes, good afternoon. Brandon Gillespie, Police Chief, and I'll go over our grants. So the first one I want to go over that we've applied for and were awarded prior is we call it the Ramus Foundation Grants, a nonprofit organization that actually looks to help out law enforcement with needs. And we applied and were awarded $17,000 for surveillance equipment and stickers for our community engagement program. We have a monthly sticker program. The next two are really Office of Traffic Safety grants that we apply for on an annual basis and normally receive, and that is to reduce crashes and fatalities and bike and motorcycle-related accidents. And so we use both of those grants to do DUI saturation patrol, education events, things like that. Normally, actually pretty much all of this is overtime funded grant funds for our officers to go out and do some type of enforcement or education. Also, we get annually also a BJAG, what we call a Burn JAG grant, and that is normally in the somewhere between $120,000 and $140,000 per year. Previously, what we've identified this money for was ballistic plates to protect our officers, as well as what they're called wrap devices. So if we have a combative prisoner, we actually can take this device and wrap around their lower extremities to prohibit them from moving so that they can't cause injury to themselves or our officers in the back of our patrol cars. We also get a party patrol grant through BHRS that's awarded typically on an annual basis. And then this year, what we did receive, and it was actually a non-competitive grant that was just awarded by the state, is funds to use for officer wellness. And so we're currently really exploring and coming up with ideas. This year, one of our goals is to create a very robust officer and employee wellness program. And so these funds will help go towards that plan as it develops. We also plan to apply for, or have applied for, an ABC grant that we normally get every year, and that is to go out and do compliance checks. We use decoys and such to try to do shoulder tap operations to make sure that establishments selling alcohol are kept in compliance, and we identify offenders that are selling to underage people. We will again apply for, or have applied, I'm sorry, for the Ramus Foundation grant. This time around, we've actually applied for ballistic shields for our patrol vehicles so that we can have our officers protected, as well as a FLIR, forward-looking infrared device that helps our officers if they're going, whether to look in an attic to look for a suspect, actually picks up the heat signature and keeps our officers safe when doing their jobs. And then the final one that we applied for and it was awarded was called the CalVIP grant, and that was a violence prevention grant. It was we identified an area in West Modesto as our target area, and we have partner with a lot of community-based organizations, as well as a school district, Parks and Rec, and then our police department, of course, to focus on the West Modesto area to drive down violent crime in that area. And so pending grants that we'll be applying for are really the ones that I've talked about, but the OTS grants, both of those we'll be applying for again. There is a competitive law enforcement mental health and wellness program grant that we will be applying for to help supplement that $127,000 that we got from the state. The BJAG grant, I will be applying for that again, and we'll just determine the needs of the department and what that will look at. The Ramus Foundation, again, we anticipate applying for again, and the Party Patrol grant. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Chief. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, thank you, Chief. Next up is Public Works. Bill.
Hi, good afternoon again. Bill Sandu, Public Works Director. We 4 grants on this screen we applied for and were awarded. beverage container recycling, SB 1383 implementation, tire amnesty grant, and a local waste tire cleanup grant. So those were the 4 grants that solid waste applied and were awarded. And also on next slide, we applied for and were awarded used oil payment grant, waste tire enforcement grant, and mattress recycling grant, and household hazard waste discretionary grant. So those were, I believe even the mattress recycling was awarded. So all of these 4 were applied for and awarded. Also applied for several traffic infrastructure upgrade and safety enhancement grant. This is the first grant that we were awarded, that's Safe Streets for All, is to do a citywide safety plan. Basically, some agencies call it zero vision, zero accident vision. So this was one of the federal grant we just got awarded. Has about $200,000 Measure L match, so about $1.2 million total grant that we applied for and awarded. CMAQ congestion mitigation and air quality grant is to install fiber optics for downtown signal communications. $975,000 applied for and awarded. And the majority of our signal outside of the downtown are on fiber, either on fiber or radio transmitter system. And downtown area still is on copper cable, the old style copper cable. So our goal is to upgrade them. So that's the reason that this grant was applied for and awarded. And also install fiber optic cable along Carpenter Prescott for signal communications. You got one of the biggest thing for better signal operation and more effective, efficient operation of traffic signal is coordination. So the signals talk to each other, and then they talk to our TMC, Traffic Management Center here in downtown, so that we can make the changes as they're needed. So that's where you see a lot of several grants that will be towards the communication of traffic signals and upgrade of traffic signals. And also upgrade traffic signal equipment and hardware at Bricksmore, Carver, Dale, Panera, and Ptolemy Boulevard applied for and awarded. That's also $1.2 million. As you can see, theme here, traffic safety and traffic movement citywide is our goal, and signal coordination. And also, you can see install fiber optic along Sisk Road. That's $1 million applied for and awarded. And upgrade equipment, hardware, advance. This is up to upgrade ATMS here in downtown on the 4th floor. And connected to signals, $822,000 applied for and awarded. HSIP, highway safety improvement, install a bike lane along lane down 12th Street. That was applied for and awarded. HSIP install raised, which is HSIP is Highway Safety Improvement Program statewide, and that was also applied and awarded. It is to install raised crosswalk at 5 school crossing. When you have a raised crosswalk, the safety level goes higher, and there's more awareness for motorists, and a little bit additional safety net for pedestrians there. Okay, and some of the proposed grants. So the theme kind of shifts here a little bit as we talked during fleet presentation that electric vehicles, we don't have our parking infrastructure doesn't have that system, electric vehicle charging system. So we're looking at a couple of grants to apply for. That's a pending application. And also for forestry, about a year or so ago, we were awarded an urban forestry management grant from CAL FIRE to prepare master plan phase 1. So this, we will be applying for phase 2 so that we have a master plan citywide for forestry that will give us long-term roadmap for our forestry. Also, Clean California grant, this is where those couple of events, drop-off pickup events were funded from, and we intend to apply again. Deadline is, I think, towards the end of this month for this grant. So we're looking at more than one project for that grant also. Also, another project that was funded from this grant, state is leading that, is screening wall south of river where that the plant is, and the motorhome park is on Highway 99. That was about $1 million project funded. And also intend to apply for local tire amnesty grant. Couple of other solid waste division is intending to apply for it, or one is this consumer recycling education and outreach grant. EPA has already applied for. That's a $1.3 million grant. Mainly we use for public education and education again, as we talked in the morning, that our goal is education first before any citation happens, and also beverage container grant that we intend to apply spending application. Also, several traffic-related grants that are pending application, or we're basically working on the applications. CMAQ again, top to install fiber, additional fiber, and those are about first 1 million, and second one is 1.2 million. Highway safety, and again, I just wanted to keep saying this over and over. Our goal is to coordinate our signals so that they operate more effectively and efficiently, and they talk to each other, and also enhance the safety of all modes of transportation citywide. So those are the pending grants. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any comments from or questions from council members?
Yeah, I noticed that there was a delay on the signals from westbound, eastbound, or northbound, southbound on some of the streets for the walking path. Is that throughout the entire city? I know it's right there on I and 9th, but the issue that I see that could be a problem is those that are getting ready to turn toward McDonald's coming from the freeway, they actually have a green light prior to, if you're parked at or sitting at McDonald's going toward the freeway, then they think they can turn. But then, of course, there are people walking, but then sometimes they're not. So then they block the intersection. And then there was a couple other intersections that had the same situation on the delay. I know that has nothing to do with the grants, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Appreciate it. And that's 9th Street is a Caltrans, so sometimes it's a challenge for us to clear that. So that delay is a new safety program that gives the pedestrians heads up so that they are in the roadway, so that the motorists can see them, clearly see them, and before they start driving.
Yes.
And it's mainly implemented in downtown area where there is high pedestrian traffic.
Yeah, I did notice that if a pedestrian wants to cross the street and pushes the button, then basically all the lights, when they go red, they'll stay red. The walk across man will come on and give it about 4 or 5 seconds before it turns green. So I think that's a great thing. Hopefully that will reduce pedestrians getting hit, and that's a good thing that we're doing. Right.
Thank you. We received a lot of positive feedback from public also on this new feature.
On page 31, you mentioned that some of them that are pending are going to be funded, or were, because maybe you spoke real fast and I didn't hear you, but on 31, particularly the Great America one, is that going to be, is that grant going to come to fruition?
So those are the pending application, like Clean California grant, so we are working on the application to
Okay,
apply.
I thought I heard you say some of them that were pending is already, by the time you did this report, it came in as granted.
There was one of them.
Oh, which one
on the
was that?
earlier slide? That was on slide
Is that the
number-
1.9?
That was on slide number 26, mattress recycling grant.
Okay, so will that be available at Earth Day this weekend?
The grant, the mattress recycling, we are setting up a site.
Okay.
For that will be fenced, and the mattress will start collecting the mattress. So that site is somewhere around 9th and D streets. We selected that site so that people can bring their mattress. It'll be a site that will be staffed.
Got
A
it.
few hours a week, and there'll be cameras to monitor that there's no illegal dumping activity.
So it'll be at the Barbarian Building area, is that what you're referring to, the center?
It's north of D Street. That's the corner, that's a vacant corner, city-owned.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Chair. Do we have a timeline on these pending grants, or are all of them different timelines for each?
They have all different timelines. For example, Clean California, the deadline to apply is April 28th, which is this month, and all grants have different deadlines.
What's the proposed deadline for, well, I guess the one that's relevant to my district, among others, is the one Councilmember Jeremiah Williams just described as the Keep America Beautiful grant to beautify areas in and around Modesto, particularly the Martin Luther King Jr. corridors. Is there a proposed timeline on that?
Application deadline is April 28th, this month. So we are kind of completing our application, finalizing the applications.
Understood, thank you.
So how long does it take to get awarded? I think that's the question.
Last go-around, I think after we applied, we were pretty much notified within a month to 2 month period. They were on fast track. That was the first time that this grant became available. Now this is the second go-around, phase 2, so we don't know. I would expect within a month to 2 months after that.
Great.
Thank you. We're under time restraints here. We have one more proposal, and then I need to open up to public comment before 3 o'clock. So, Will, you're up next. Thank you, Bill.
Good afternoon again, committee. I'm Will Wong, Director of Utilities. So we do have a few grant awards and applications. Let's talk about the awards first. So we did receive a $670,000 planning grant for the Grayson Water Infrastructure. So that was in design right now, and that benefits the water fund. We also have a State Board Prop 1 stormwater grant, which removed cross connections at the JM Park, currently under design. That's a $10 million grant that benefits storm drain, as well as a little bit of wastewater. And then we also have a California Department of Water Resources grant that, if you recall, Council accepted the grant award of $1 million for the community of Empire. Some applications. So as I mentioned before, Utilities Department is 100% reliant on utility rates, but we pursue as many grants or low interest loans as we can. We try to leverage city funding as much as we can in order for us to benefit to the ratepayers. So we do have an on-call grant writing service with some consultants. They're doing some research for us to match our current capital improvement projects with available grant opportunities. So we'll work with them and through the grant application process if we have a chance of getting those grants. We are researching and working with the county on a septic to city sewer transformation from these county islands, so we're coordinating with the county. These grants range from $1 million to $5 million, depending on the size of the neighborhood. So very exciting, especially if these areas are in the county islands within the City of Modesto sphere of influence. We're also working with the State Board on the Grayson Water Project, so this we also have some earmarks with the EPA to also fund this. We're thinking about $1.75 to $2 million to fund that. We also have a state revolving fund loan for the Riverdale water system that's pending award. We are working with the county and the community of Riverdale to convert their system into city water standards, and we will be taking this item to council in probably the next few months about accepting Riverdale into our city water system. And exciting, we did receive preliminary notice of an award of $8.45 million to look at potential recharge of our aquifer, and that benefits the water fund.
Great.
And with that, I will pass it back to Deanna if there isn't any questions.
No questions? Nope. Thank you.
So to conclude the presentation, this just provides a summary overview, again, focusing on the grant applications and award that were outlined by each department, to just, again, highlight the efforts that are done, and again, commending the department staff in regards to the applications and awards that have been, in essence, provided to the city to help the community. And it's about $76.1 million.
That's $76.1 million that we don't have to pay out of general fund or other monies that the city received, which is fantastic. My hat's off to each department. That 76 million is great. I wish it was 176 million. So go get it. We can use it. I said we'll open it up real quick here to, we're going to wrap this up, and we'll open this up to public comment. Any public out there like to ask a question or make a comment? I see no hands up. So we'll bring it back, and I think, are we done for the day? I'll leave it to city manager. Where are we at here?
Yeah, I don't think we'd have time to do any more presentations today, so we'll come back, we'll do deferred maintenance in the morning, then we'll go with pension, sponsorships, ARPA reallocation, and then we'll finish up with Measure H, and then do final recommendations to the City Council.
Great. Thank you, staff, for all your presentations. It's been some eye-opening, great information today, and I see we have one person. Jenny, welcome. You want to make a comment or question?
I want to make a comment. It's been interesting listening as not a member of the council, but as a public. I want to congratulate all our departments, because looking at all the funding that they've received is just phenomenal. And I think that it's good that the public knows that we work hard to cover our expenses with these grants, and that we must do a pretty good job of grant funding because of look at the amount that we receive. So I just want to say thank you to all the department heads, and basically for the people who work hard to put through to get these fundings, to get these grants. So anyhow, that's what I want to say. And I've got in a little late this morning, forgot to set my alarm. So I kind of peeled in about an hour after you got started. And I will be here tomorrow listening. Thank you guys so much for taking the time, and it sounds good. So mainly I just want to congratulate the City of Modesto for being so effective in getting grants.
Thank you, Jenny. It's good to hear from you, and since you're retired now, that's you can sleep in a little bit. So thanks for your comment. Thank you, staff, and we'll adjourn this meeting till 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, everyone.